That's the worst way to open our fucking first. It's a little Mrs. Doubtfire. I was just so caught off guard.
Okay, cancel it. We're starting again. Cancel this game.
Hello! Start again.
Oh, this is off to a great start.
Hello and welcome to our very first Dungeons and Dragons show. Very happy for everyone to come along, give us a good watch. I'll just kind of go over some of this stuff before, but I've got some players with us. It's very nice. I'll be the dungeon master to kind of take us through this homebrew that I've made with some like little bits and turns of it. It's a world that I've made, and these guys will be playing through the story. First up, we have Max, who's always here. Max, want to say something? Who you playing? Who you at?
Hello! Oh, I like how I'm going first. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is me. I am Max. I am playing Burnie Bremlin. And, I am a half-elf, just entrepreneur, and predominantly a stand-up comic. Yes, indeed, that is my name, Burnie Bremlin.
That's the genuine voice that Max is doing for it. I want everyone to know this.
God. I was like, wait, that's his character voice, isn't it?
Next up we have another person who's always on the channel, Michael. Do you want to say who you're playing and anything else?
I'm Michael, and I'm going to be playing Odeysus West, the half-orc grave cleric.
So, good
Oh shit, I forgot to say I'm a bard.
Max is just too excited. Another familiar voice, if you watched any of our Ghost of Tsushima playthroughs, it's Brad. Brad, what is your character or anything else?
Hello, yes, I'm Brad. As Ian said, I was on one of the Ghost of Tsushima episodes. I'm playing Starling Pike, an Echo Knight fighter / Hexblade Warlock multiclass.
I hate
Tiefling, yeah.
how clear Brad is to my... Like, I can hear him. I don't know if it's just me or everyone else is the same, but Brad's super clear. Like, somebody said you're a little bit quiet, Max, but Brad is super, super clear. It's unnerving a little bit. I feel like I can feel him. So next up we have somebody else who's been on the channel a couple of times. Played a couple of Phasmophobias with us. It's Dani. Dani, want to introduce your character and say a little bit?
Hey, I'm Dani, and I'm going to be playing Valericia, and she is a Fey elf who is a ranger, and she's a skilled archer. She's also very cute.
That has nothing to do with the character. Just very, very cute.
Yeah, she's very cute. Yeah, that's just something to do with the character. Shut up.
And last but very not least, it is Raz, somebody who may not have appeared in the channel before, but has their own Twitch channel, which is very good. The Mini Arcana on Twitch, and I met Raz at LARP because I'm a very much big loser. And I once we met, I was like, I definitely have to get her on stream sometime. And then she was like, I stream as well. I was like, good. And Raz, do you want to say a little bit about your character and who you are?
Hello, I'm Raz. I'm also the Mini Arcana on Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
And I will be playing the wonderful cleric, Venis Hawthorne. I am a human cleric, and I hope that we will all get along in jolly cooperation together.
Have we got double clerics in this party?
Double clerics, yeah.
Double
clerics, but it does not necessarily mean a good thing from what
We're
I
going to
know.
be getting healed out the ass.
I will just run in naked to encounters.
What?
No, it's bad this isn't the first campaign.
Yeah, this is so bad. You've done this before. And at that time, it was my headache.
Okay.
Yeah, but then last time I didn't have any healers. I was just doing it because it was funny.
So the way this will work is there are no channel points and no kind of things that interact with us yet. I will be doing that in the future. What we'll be doing is probably playing for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and then we'll be taking a quick break for people to go pee and go like do other things and kind of like, and then we'll come back and do another hour and a half, 2 hours, end it there. Oh my god, I'm gonna burp. And that's kind of how the show will kind of like organise structurally. But I think we should just more or less get into the actual show of it. So,
Yeah, boy.
in this world, 200 years ago, there are two different landmasses, all both go under different names. One is the Kingdom of Archenlight, the other is the Hearth of Eden. Both kingdoms, I wouldn't say there was a peace, but there was a balance, so they weren't actively fighting each other, but they weren't actively cooperating. That was until there was a resource that was found and most kind of populated in the central island between the two landmasses. It was called obsidian. obsidian could be used for a lot of different applications. In this world, of course, it was used for forging weapons and like, what have you. It was also used for an almost limitless power source, and it was also used for a narcotic, a drug. People said if you took it, you swallowed a bit of it, you could go and visit the afterlife. And so it took a lot of kind of like, it became very popular very quickly. And both nations wanted a piece of this obsidian, but they came to an agreement of like, you don't take too much, we don't take too much, we stick to our side. And there was actually somewhat of like a nice wee harmony as they worked together, and like the resources weren't getting drifted too far away. And everything was working really nicely. That was until the Kingdom of Archenlight, as mostly gained by humans, could not see through past their lifespan, which is only about 80 years. So wanting more and more obsidian for much they could get for their lifespan, just started to hoard more and more and more. On the Harp of Eden, you had more led by elves and kind of fey creatures who live for an extraordinarily long time, so are able to do a plan for a longer period of time and not how much resource not to take. They saw this was happening, and they decided they were going to take the first action and attack the Kingdom of Archenlight. But in doing so, they looked like the aggressor and lost a lot of like morale and kind of aid for their side. So both sides kind of came to a crushing war. The war raged on for a good number of years, being heavily on deaths and all sorts of horrible things. They then had a last kind of battle, is it where the obsidian fields are in the central bit between the both islands. The battle raged on for 5 days, and on the twilight of the 5th day, earth cracked open and dragons flew out. Dragons at this point thought to be myth and legend, but instead were now killing everyone, and each side didn't take. They were just more or less, the dragons pushed both forces off back to their own land masses, and both land masses have stayed exiled from each other. They've not talked to one another. The communication is so very, very little. The dragons now keep to their central island and guard obsidian. There is obsidian in other places in the land, but for the most part, and to get the most out of it, it's on this central landmass where the dragons now like lair and keep all. But they have been dispatching little dragonborns, people, humanoids, that have been attacking and raiding settlements. People are not too sure why they're attacking and raiding. They can't really get an answer out of them. But in this land, there is a small island called Anchor Isle. It is mainly a prison island, if they call it a Black Veil prison, where a lot of people are sent who cannot work the obsidian fields, are sent here to kind of live out their terms of their imprisonment. On this island, there is a town that kind of supports the prison. It is called Horseshoe. The town's more homely and kind of everyone kind of knows everyone there, and they all know they're all working a specific goal, which is to support the prison. They don't see it as bad, but they actually see that they're doing a good thing because they're supporting the kind of Kingdom of Archenlight. Our players, our heroes, have all come from different parts of the earth, different parts of this land, and all have come to Horseshoe to find work, to find lost things or to find people they're looking for. They all have different reasons for being there. They all sit placed in this tavern, and they're all waiting the alderman in a back room to discuss the terms of a job. So, you guys are in the back room of a tavern. Sitting across from you, you see 4 different people. So we're going to go around the room, and everybody's going to describe themselves. So, Valericia, would you please describe yourself first?
Is this just like our character appearance?
Yeah. You're all sitting across from each other on a table, kind of round table, waiting for the alderman, which is kind of like someone who runs a town. not quite a mayor, just somebody who kind of looks after the town and all sorts of things. And they're coming with you with a job, and you're all waiting in a room. You see 4 people standing around you. I would like you to describe your character so people can have an understanding of what you look like.
Okay, so my character is a Fey Elf, and she's currently in her autumn phase. So her skin is orange. She has like kind of dark orangey red hair. Her clothing is just kind of like a leather armor with like leaf details to it. That's all I can really say to her.
That's fine. Do you want any weapons you're carrying at all, or?
Yeah, she does have a long bow with her and some arrows.
That's no problem at all. You guys sit across the table. You see a Fey elf sitting there. What kind of? How are they looking right now, Dani?
She's just kind of sitting there looking, kind of like she's not bored, but she's been sitting there because she's just been waiting for quite a bit. She just kind of wants to get a move on with stuff.
Okay. The horn. Okay. Next up, Brad. You're sitting across. You see the Fey elf sitting there, looking kind of annoyed. Do you want to describe your character?
So there is a male tiefling sat there. He's kind of leaning back in the chair, feet on the table. So he's got dark red skin, the horns of which are black, just kind of going almost like an S kind of recurve, just kind of going back up his head. He's got piercings in both ears, kind of a tattoo of like almost like a split diamond over his left eye. He's wearing like a breastplate, kind of just regular kind of black like gambus, and then like the trousers underneath. Got some gauntlets on, and he's got a longsword and a shield with the image of a bird on it, kind of just leaning against the table next to him.
Okay. 2 people sat at the table have fully described yourself. Raz, would you like to describe your character?
Yeah, you see a human. He's got long blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, slightly unshaven. Looks like he's obviously lived on the road for a while, but his clothing is bright, this sort of brilliant blue shade. He's finely dressed, and is wearing armor, and also has a shield which appears to have a strange pattern on it, that kind of reminds you as if the shield has almost cracked. But it kind of looks like it's coming from the top of the shield, almost like he's trying to achieve a lightning effect. And he's sat there looking round at you all, just smiling if he catches your eye. He looks very happy to be there.
Okay. Thank you very much, Raz. We'll now move on to Michael. Michael, you see are sat across from you, the tiefling, the elf, and the human.
So Odysseus, you see, he's fairly elderly half-orc, but half-orcs anyway. He's maybe in his just late 40s, early 50s. He's got greyish silvery hair that sort of goes down. It's tied back and sort of tumbles down his back. He's wearing patchwork leather armor that you can just see underneath these long brown sort of almost like church-like robes. He's got a small, round, cheapish-looking, inexpensive shield just sitting next to the chair. You can see he's got a little sling and what looks to be a very shitty-looking mace that you can clearly tell he doesn't look like a professional fighter. And yeah, he's just sitting there. Seems quite content, and considering he's been sitting there for a long time, he actually reaches into his pouch and just brings out bits of rations, and he's actually just making himself a sandwich.
Cool. Yeah. So the Fey elf is sitting there quite annoyed that they're having to wait. There is Venis Hawthorne who's just sitting there, just kind of happy, kind of wants to be there, and the tiefling is just sitting there with his feet up, looking like it could be anywhere else, and the old half-orc is making a sandwich for himself.
Like he's literally like, it's not even a sandwich. He's literally just like got the little cloth napkin and put it on the table, just to, like, not make a mess. Like he's looking like he's very comfortable.
As you're all sat in there, the door to the room actually opens a little bit, and a half-elf comes in the room and sits down at the table, but you could tell they're a little bit dishevelled and kind of like doesn't think they could be there. Max, do you want to describe your character?
Yes, so Burnie Bremlin here, as you can see on the stream. He's half elf. He's later on in his years, so he's got red hair, but it's only around the sides of his head, bald right across the top of his dome. He's not wearing anything fancy. He's just in actually laughing on stream. He's just there in some trousers, a nice pair of shoes. He's got a vest on as well. Looking kind of like, semi-business casual. Around on his belt, he's got a little flute. He's got a boomerang. There's a little dagger there as well. And he walks in, looks at everyone else. Really doesn't know what he's doing here. But strides through and sits down one of the free chairs.
All five of you are gathered around the table. You see Burnie kind of walk in and sit down himself. Does MD want to say anything to MD before we move on to the next bit?
Venis turns to Burnie. Are you lost, or have you been summoned here?
No, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be.
Oh, that's fine. Sorry,
And
do
it-
forgive
and
me. I saw the.
He just wants to look at everyone in the eyes and sees if he can pass that off. Like,
Yep. You're kind of passing that off and kind of looking around the room. Does anybody else want to say anything to each other before we move on?
Odeysus is just like tucking into his sandwich, looks up, sees how uncomfortable everybody is, and then just reaches in and starts to bring out more and just goes, "Would anybody like something to eat while we wait?"
Well, bloody hell, I wouldn't mind a sandwich. I mean, if you've got rations.
Only a bit, but more. And he basically just starts being the fucking group sandwich maker at this point. It's literally just like bits of dried meat. There's not anything really fresh, but he's just getting, and he just like slides it over.
Thank you very much. I'm Venis. Your name, sir?
Odeysus. Odeysus West.
Odeysus, such a fantastic name. Lovely. Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you. I chose it myself.
You chose your name yourself.
Yes. I'd find one I'd like to think.
Excellent, fascinating, and forgive me for being nosy. Everybody else, he looks to Pike, Starling Pike.
My name's Starling Pike. And I didn't choose my name, that was my mother's choice.
I mean, it's
No.
still a wonderful name.
Yes, my mother liked two things, birds and pissing off my stepfather. So, my brother's called Cardinal.
Right, okay, lovely.
Yes,
Absolute pleasure to meet you, Starling. And
likewise.
he looks to the other two with sort of a searching expression.
Who's the other two? Like Valericia and
Valerica and Burnie.
Valerica?
My name is Valerica. My father chose my name.
Absolute pleasure.
Pleasure to meet you too.
As you look at Burnie Bremlin, you notice they just kind of look around and they can't and not sure what to say. Is at this point though, the door kind of opens and you see an old man shovel through. Just a kind of basic cloak on with a small belt around. There's nothing fancy to this man at all. It's kind of, it almost looks like a sack he's put on over himself. Just kind of shuffles through. He's got small little glasses on. His hair is in a ponytail, but his front of his where his kind of hair starts is all kind of like going away. So there's only 2 or 3 strands of hair actually coming back into the ponytail, and he shuffles through. Are you here for the job, the work that was posted?
Yes, we are.
Here to help in whatever.
Most certainly, sir.
yes, I am.
Right. Well, I'll go on to tell you about the job, and then you can decide if you want it or not, and then you can Oh, and you see he kind of takes a seat down at the table. Right. This job is, it's quite delicate at the moment. There's been these local roughhousens, bandits, whatever you'd want to call them, the unsavoury types. They've been coming into the village every now and again. They're not doing anything too disturbing, so we let them be for the most part, but they were in the tavern last week, and there was a bit of a altercation. Some fists were thrown. Guards were called, but before they could get here, they had ran off, but they had also murdered a young woman. Stabbed her in the throat and left her to bleed out on the tavern floor. It's a terrible, terrible thing. And they seem to have fled into the forest nearby. Excuse me?
Oh, I was just going to ask, is our task to go and find them?
Yes, I would prefer the leader be brought back for a trial and everything to be done fair. That's where we'd want most. But if he was dead, that's fine as well. I've been given permission for a kill or capture order. Like I said, I would most prefer it if he was alive. But the only problem with this is, in this forest there is it's quite a special forest, you see, to the village. It gives us a lot of resources, lumber and a lot of game and whatnot. So we would appreciate it if you could treat it with some respect. It's nothing. There's nothing too crazy about it. It's not going to attack you or anything. Nothing like that. Of course not. Of course not. It's just very, very sacred to us. And so if you do go and get these bandits, make sure they're not doing anything either.
All right.
For the job, we pay 20 gold each.
Well, answered my question before I even asked it. Wonderful.
Are you happy with this?
Yes, that'll do.
That's splendid, of course.
Buys me dinner.
Yeah, yes, that would be good, yes. But if you have any other questions for me, now is the time to ask. But it's completely up to you when you do this job. I'd rather it done, obviously, before tomorrow. But it's really up to you. I'd just rather it dealt with quickly.
I do have a question.
Yes.
Are we the first people you've sent to do this, or have other people been sent and we are the latest?
You would be the first to have taken this job. There's not a lot of guards. We don't have enough to spare, so we posted the job hoping people would pass by and take it, but there's not been enough to not hear people walking by to really need the job. A good group like you seems to be able to deal with it.
Well, I am certainly down to try for you.
Good. That's very, very, very good. Do you have any other questions? There's a shop in town that could give you some resources if you wish to go purchase them.
We're going to go and apprehend this young man. Can you tell us exactly how many of his compatriots we should be expecting? What kind of trouble?
When they come into town, they never usually come with more than 3 of them. The man who leads them, though, horrible. We never really got his name, but he has a tremendous scar across his eye. You would notice it. He's an older fellow, so he does have some grey in his hair, but not a lot. So, some salt in the pepper, if you will mistake the phrase.
Something that we can recognize.
Yes. But I'm not entirely sure where the camp is. I know it's in the woods somewhere, but they would do a go on for some acres.
When we bring this person back,
Mm.
will there be a fair trial for this man?
Yes, of course. If you bring him to the bailiff should be able to organise put him in a cell and whatnot. We don't have enough room for his friends either. So if you could deal with them or scare them off or whatnot, that would probably be best.
Actually, not kill them. We'll do what we can.
I'll leave you now. Whenever you feel like doing it, just make sure you contact the bailiff and they'll be able to pay you. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy your time in Horseshoe. You see, he gets up and just kind of shuffles out the room and closes the door again.
Right, jolly good.
There's one question I've got for the rest of the viewers. Are any of you familiar with the local area? I'm a bit stranger.
Fortunately not, no. I've never been here before.
Nobody has
No,
a
I'm-
map, per chance?
Sorry to say, stranger here myself. I just travel a lot.
Well,
Yes,
this is
I'm
going to
afraid
be
I'm a fortwhite
fun.
native.
Yes,
What
this has
about you,
been a
sir?
very fun exploration.
Well, I suppose we can always go buy a map.
Please, sir. Good. He mentioned a shop. We could always hit that.
Forgive me, one more thing. He turns to Burnie and sort of looks at him. I didn't catch your name, sir.
My name is Bremlin.
Burnie, and are you a local, dear?
No, I'm what you might call a traveling sort.
Right.
Seems there's one thing we all have in common.
Hmm.
I have a question as well. So we all go and do this job. That's fine. What is everyone's skill set? What can we all do? Mr. Bremlin, for example, what's your bag? What do you do?
I am a bard. And
Okay.
with that, he just gets up and starts to make for the door.
You gonna walk away?
He's a bard. Kill him.
He goes, I think we should go for that shop, huh? And I just try to gesture to everyone.
So yeah,
Try to avoid as many questions as possible.
Venis smiles so wide, and he looks fascinated by Burnie. He's just so happy right now. What a fascinating gentleman, shall we, dears?
Really?
Well, I suppose we can always talk on the way.
Of course, we've got so many questions for each other, and he looks at Burnie and smiles.
I don't appreciate the way you're looking at me.
I'm just smiling at you, dear.
He squints
course.
his eyes and then just he doesn't want to turn his back to him, so he's just kind of walking out the door, walking sideways.
He's just like crab walking out the building.
Basically, yeah.
Like a crab walk.
so yeah, everyone gets up and just kind of starts to walk towards the outside the tavern and whatnot. Exiting the tavern, you see there's a kind of half orc behind the bar, just scrubbing the table itself, and just kind of gives you a nod as you leave.
As we're walking out, I want to stop at that half orc. Just be like,
Mhm.
I'll just go. I'll be out in a minute. Excuse me, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Just a quick question, if you don't mind. Over the past few months, you haven't noticed anyone else that looks like us, have you? Maybe a bit younger, perhaps.
We get all sorts through here. It's a port town, so hard to say. If you have something distinctive, maybe I could think then, but I don't really have. There are lots of people come through here.
The name Alexander ring a bell?
Alexander. Unfortunately, no. We don't get a lot of people. It's hard to say. I don't think the name Alexander. I wish I could help you, but unfortunately, I can't.
All right. I appreciate the thought. Anyway. I'll let you get back.
Okay.
Appreciate it. And he goes and joins the rest of them outside.
Cool. You guys all. Sorry.
Ian?
Yeah.
Sorry, very quick. Is there a part in the tavern that's got like a board with like wanted posters or anything?
That would be outside, like a notice board.
Cool.
So yeah,
That's
sorry.
what I'm looking for. It's
Cool.
what Venis is looking for.
That's fine. You guys leave the tavern, and that's in the notice board is actually directly kind of. It's not on the tavern, but the board is all like pretty much on the door. So as you leave, you do look and you do see a whole notice board. That is where you found the job initially that you're taking right now with this group. There are some bounties and whatnot, and some like jobs listed, like kind of like help me look for this treasure, stuff for sale and stuff like that. But there's nothing really that kind of catches your eye. This job here is the one you took because it seemed the most profitable and kind of the most like this seems like actual genuine work.
Can I can Burnie read that posting of what it is?
What posting?
Of what this job to see what
so
brought everyone into it?
Yeah, it's just kind of like bandits wanted. Speak to town alderman.
Cool. All right.
20 crown ahead. 20 gold ahead. Crown. Fucking hell.
Not gonna lie, when Max asked that, I thought he was about to ask, can Burnie read? And I was like,
I'll be honest, I wasn't entirely sure he could. So it's good to have this.
With what Ian knows about him, he can fucking
yeah,
read.
it's good to know this knowledge now that he actually can read. So you
You
guys
can only read sheet music. That's it.
Yeah. Just knowing Max, I'm just like, no, can his character read is always never an assumption.
Touche.
Are you guys heading towards the shop? Yeah.
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 Follow the directions that the guy kind of gave us.
Cool. Yeah, you go towards the general shop. The general shop is more or less in the centre of town. There is a dock area to this town, just to kind of give you a layout. But it's not massively big. It's not meant to take massive ships. It's just kind of only like kind of sloops that go back and forth from the mainland. And there's a couple of wee houses around. This seems to be there's a shop and the tavern. There's not a lot in this town because it's not meant to like be like a kind of like place people go. It's more like kind of where people live, if that makes any sense. So yeah, there's the general shop called the Nook and Cranny. You can go in if you want to.
You go ahead in.
Cool.
Is anybody looking for anything in particular?
I'm just looking for some arrows.
Cool. You guys all.
Keep an eye out.
Is everyone going into the shop? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah.
You are all going to the shop. As soon as you enter, you get into a waft of just kind of incense, kind of just burning, kind of really flowery kind of incense, and it almost kind of you would think the shop was on fire for the amount of kind of like smoke that just billows out of it now. You walk in, you see there's a lot of herbs hanging on the shelves, but all the shelves, some of them are like broken, but they all have to have bits and odds and things you're looking for. There is a counter, and behind it you kind of see an old, frail woman just sitting there thumbing for a book and just making different marks on it, almost like she's doing inventory. Does anybody want to say anything?
I woke up. Yeah, I did okay.
I woke up today.
I walk over to the little old lady, and Valericia says, "Excuse me, miss. Do you sew arrows by any chance?"
She hears you, puts the feather back in the inkwell, takes a very slow look up. I'm sorry, dear. You'll have to speak up. I'm quite hard of hearing.
Valericia just kind of looks at her like, "Oh, okay then." And she turns to her and leans in a little bit closer and goes, "I asked, do you sell arrows?"
Arrows.
Someone just casually mentioned.
Yeah. So, you hear her just you hear her just say arrows and just kind of look at you.
I kind of look back at. I give her that look of like, "Are you gonna give me an answer?"
Do you want some, dear?
Yes, please.
Oh, I'll have to get Harry to fetch them. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Harry! 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 He might be sleeping, but hopefully he wakes up in a moment or two. If you just want to browse and see whatever you want in store, it's perfectly well. If you need me, I'll be here.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Miss. Valerica just goes to browse at some random stuff.
Cool. Does anybody else want to do anything?
Odeysus is just going to like browse up and down the shelves as well. Just see. He's not needing anything, but he's just going to see if there's anything interesting.
Okay.
I just kind of. Oh, no, sorry. Go ahead, Max.
Burnie's gonna go right up to the shopkeep and gonna be like, excuse me, but do you happen to have any armor?
Armor? What type of... What are you looking for?
I said I'm looking for armor.
Yes. We have armor, of course. Let me... go... Harry! Harry! I need Harry. Give me a second. And you see, she takes a while, but she eventually works up the strength to get off the chair. And then she kind of shuffles into the back. And there's just silence for a little while.
I just kind of look over. I just kind of walk by Venis and just go, "Is it me or is everyone in this place quite old and slow of speech?"
Actually,
So it's just, have we somehow ended up in a town of the elder?
I mean, you look obviously very sprightly for your age, and you're obviously a bit more active, being that you're taking on a mercenary job. But
I knew there was a reason I liked.
Venis just smiles.
Oh.
When you smile, Burnie winces. Just doesn't trust it.
So then you guys, you kind of hear like a little poof, poof, poof. So they kind of, and the door cracks open to the back, and out comes this youngish kind of guy, but his shirt is just not tucked in. It's kind of, his trousers are all ripped. And he's got one shoe on. His hair is just all completely fucked up, like he's just woke up. There's a little bit of dirt in his face. Welcome, nooks and crannies. What are you wanting?
I am looking for armor.
I got tons of armor. Do you what type of armor are you looking for?
Just kind of point towards the rest of the group. I want to go, something along those lines.
Oh, like leather armor.
Sure.
Just let me look. I'm gonna have to look for the inventory. You just kind of flip through the book. Shoot, man. I just sold the last one. Did I? Hold on. And you catch a glimpse of the actual inventory book, and it's just like chicken scratch. It's just like absolute, like it looks like horror. Like there's no sense of making of what's written in there, and you see he's putting his finger down it, but there's no list of anything in there, and he's just kind of putting his finger all the way down. He's like, shoot, yeah, there's no armor. Got nothing in stock, man.
Okay then, and he just.
What about a pair of shoes? You want a pair of shoes?
Oh no, I've got mine. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but how long you had those shoes?
They're brand new.
I don't know. I'm looking at your shoes right now. They don't look brand new to me.
You don't look brand new to me. And then
Was that actually supposed to be funny? What are you talking about? You want to go? You want to fight, bro?
I think what you should do instead is sit down and I'll leave.
Get the fuck out of my shop. You see, he just starts to pick up like maybe a club from under his... He just starts to rattle underneath his counter.
Whoa, now.
Nah, man, I'm not going to have it. This fucking knife-ear piece of shit comes into the shop and starts causing shit. I'm not going to have it.
No need for the race.
Racism?
Yes. There's no need to call him a knife here.
I'm
I
just
tell
saying
you
what
what.
he is.
I am also half human, so eat shit.
Better half. Look,
It's fine. There's no armor in the shop. It's fine. We'll sort that out another time. Anyway, Burnie, where we're going, we're probably going to pick up some armor, but you may just have to kill someone for it.
And I look at him with fear in my eyes. Wait, kill someone?
Or one of us will kill someone for you. It's fine.
you guys want to
We'll
buy
sort it
anything?
out.
I turn to this Harry fellow
Mhm.
and I say, yes, I was looking for some arrows, please.
Arrows? I got tons of arrows, man. I got a guy for arrows, man. It's crazy. You see, he kind of looks behind me, picks them up, and it brings them just in front of you. And like, there's about 10 or so arrows, but they don't look to be in the best of condition. They're quite like, the wood looks a little bit old, and like, the points of them don't look as sharp as they should be. And so like, even you inspect them, you're kind of like, these look like shit.
I hate to be rude, but do you have any ones that are better than these ones?
What do you mean? They're premium arrows, man. Top of the line.
Well, it's just blunts. That's all.
Oh, can't you sharpen them?
I would rather just buy them and they're ready to shoot. That's all.
No. Well, if you ain't gonna buy these, you don't know what you're talking about. These are top of the line arrows.
I'm sure they are, but I'll pass. Thank you, though. Valericia just kind of looks at him weirdly, like, what the fuck's this guy on? And just kind of steps back.
I just Starling just walks over and just goes, "Do you have a map?"
Of where?
Well, preferably this island. We're currently on a mission to locate some bandits in the forest, and we would quite like to
Oh,
get help
shit.
preparing.
Did you?
Everything
Are,
all
you,
right?
are you guys going out to the? You going out to find that guy? You got to.
Ruffian, yeah.
I ain't got no map. I ain't got nothing. No. Well, let's just no. Well, I think it's best everyone leave right now. I don't want to call. I don't want to call the guards or anything.
Could I insight the chap, please?
Roll insight.
Is he trying to lie to me? Is he trying to lie to anyone?
What's your roll?
I'm just asking whether I get advantage or not.
Just roll it straight in.
Yeah, I'll
insight
throw it
check.
straight in. Okay. I get whatever a 13 plus 8 is. I'm terrible at maths, by the way. You've got to get used to this, I'm sorry to say.
That's
21.
21, please.
He is like, as soon as you guys mentioned you're going after those bandits, he started to sweat and kind of look a little bit jet where he's not keeping eye contact. He's trying to look at everyone at the same time, and he's almost kind of backing off a little bit. So
I just look at him and just go, "Look, sir, we're not going to be causing any trouble. Nothing's going to be brought back here. We're professionals. You can
okay, then
Yeah.
you can trust me."
professionally make your way out the fucking door, then please.
I think for being so rude to us, you should give us those arrows and the map, please.
Why is this guy still talking? This guy should be out of the shop. Get him the fuck out.
I think that if you want us to not bring trouble back here, you should give us everything we asked for.
Look,
I just look at Burnie like, "What the fuck?
look,
Where'd this come from?"
look. I don't want to do business with you. You've all been rude. You've been talking about shoddy equipment, all sorts. I'm not want to do any business with you. You can all leave right now. I don't want
How
any
have
of
I
this.
been rude?
You see, he starts to back off a little bit more to it. He's like almost in the frame of the door that leads into the back room.
Do you
Yeah,
run the
I-
shop, or does the old lady
Fine.
run the shop?
Excuse me, I think I got this. If you want to wait outside, I'll see if I
And
can get our equipment that we need.
I'd rather
just-
not wait outside.
What's gonna
I'd
happen
rather
here?
stay
Yeah.
here.
No, man, you get out here. I'll call the guards.
Mr. Harry, sir,
I think
do
you'll
you
find
run the
that
sh-
we are with the guards.
Yes. Do you run the shop, sir, or does the charming lady that we just spoke to run the shop?
Well, I run the shop. Yeah.
Great. Then I'd like to speak to the owner, please.
Well, Karen on this bitch.
Well, I may not own the shop, but I like manage it. So if you want to speak to someone in charge, it's me.
Last I checked, owner was above manager. I'd like to speak to the owner, please.
Well, the owner's not in right now.
She was just
Wait,
here. Where's she
You
gone?
just saw her.
On a break. You just see his eyes kind of dart back and forth.
Can I kind of like step up to this guy? Because I forgot to mention Valeric's really tall. Can I kind of like just walk up to him to kind of try and intimidate him?
Can you roll an intimidation check then, please, Dani?
That's a D20, yes.
Yeah.
Just make sure. One. Give me a sec. 16.
16.
Yes.
So you walk up. Being an elf, you are kind of taller than natural humans. You can't in the door frame looking at him. He's like, I don't want any trouble, guys, and I really don't want any trouble.
Okay,
We're not here to cause any trouble. We're here to
So I
do
think-
business.
I want to try persuade
Hey,
him
fellas, calm down a minute.
He's looking at
I
everyone trying to
kinda-
speak to him.
with
Yeah,
that
I will-
intimidation. I'd like to try persuade him to give us all that stuff that we asked for.
Oh,
for
can you actually let me intimidate him first before you do that?
Shut up.
I kind of like. I'm assuming I'm taller than him, so I
Yeah,
just
you are.
kind of like. Okay, I tower over him, just
Mhm.
kind of glaring down at him. Listen, we know you don't want any trouble. We don't either. So why don't you let us speak to the owner? Or you can fuck off.
You see, he just kind of he turns and goes, no! And he just kind of runs out the door. And you hear just kind of slow steps start to come down the stairs.
For fuck's sake. And then I step back to like the rest of the group.
Well, there we are. We got rid of him at least.
Oh, what the fizzles the shrew?
Terribly rude. I didn't even get to ask if they sold any jerky here. I've got a hankering for jerky. Does anyone else?
No, I've got that coming. Don't worry. And I just like tap the little satchel I've got on my belt.
I've never had jerky.
Oh my God, Starling, you are missing out so much. We need to show you.
We are going to have
Odysseus,
fun, Jen.
yes, you need to show him. And Odysseus, you might be my new best friend here.
Yes, they didn't serve that at dances and balls and such. They tended in Port Violet, so I never got to try it.
Oh, you're missing out. Sometimes the simplest things are beautiful.
That I can well believe. Though, I would say, if you've never tried a really good canapé, you are missing out on a little bit of something.
At this time, you see the old woman from before walk in. She says, "You wanted to speak to me?"
Yes,
I
hello.
think you should give us everything.
So, Burnie, let's give this a try first. Yes, hello, dear. We've been trying to discuss things with Mr. Harry. He was quite aggressive to us, insulted my friend Mr. Bremlin here, and has been refusing to do business with us simply when I asked for a map. I was looking if we could discuss things with yourself as
And where would you want a map for?
a map of the island. We are currently on Alderman's business, and we just need to orient ourselves and get our bearings.
Yes, let me look. Just kind of starts to look through some papers on a desk. I do have a map of the area. It's going to cost about 5 gold. Do you have that on you?
Ian, question: How much gold did we start with?
I thought I told you this, guys. You all start with 100 gold.
I'm
100
gonna,
gold.
I'm gonna
Nice.
look. I'm gonna look at her dead in the eyes because I'm probably the same height as her.
She's sitting down, so okay.
He's quite short.
I'm the same
gonna be
height.
like-
I'm 4'5".
I'm gonna be like, your colleague there was extremely rude to us. Well, I think you should give us that for nothing, as well as the arrows that we were after.
Roll persuasion.
2 seconds. That's a 22.
22. See that? I am terribly sorry for that. I'll be honest. The arrows are not very good. He makes them himself. I would not want to sell you them.
Well, that's not really surprising.
If
But
it's all
Odie-
right.
Well, then what about the map?
what do you guys want?
Well, what I was going to say was, I'll take the arrows. I'm sure I can find some way to sharpen them up a little bit. Any ammo at this point is very good.
Did anybody else? I thought Odysseus wanted to say something there. Sorry.
I was just going to go over and just say, I think I may be able to help you with the arrow. just get them out. No
Well-
promises, but I can give it a shot.
You could have the arrows because they're no good to me because they're crap. No one will buy them. They've been sitting there for ages. But the map, I do have a business to run, so best I can do is free gold.
Well, look, I understand you have a business to run. It's totally fine. Look, as long as when we come back, if Mr. Harry can give us an apology for his conduct, we shall accept that, and I'll pay you the full 5.
I'll give you
No, just-
2.
So you're going to give me 7?
No.
Well, it's one's giving me 5
I'm
and
only
one's
going to
giving
give
me...
you 2.
That sounds like an absolute capital idea. 5 from 2 from Burnie. That sounds absolutely
Oh,
lovely.
you're such
And
a
you do have a business to run, indeed. Would hate to shortchange you.
You are wonderful people. I shall tell if you're good.
I know,
deeds.
darling.
Yes, 7 gold for the map sounds good.
My face is I'm slightly embarrassed because I was trying to obviously show big in front of you guys, and now my face is the same color as my hair.
So I'll just slide the 5 gold across. Okay, there you go, my dear.
Takes the 5 gold, counts it in her hand, looks at Burnie, and the 2.
Venis slides the over and just taps Burnie on the shoulder.
Oh, thank you very much. And she takes it and she opens a drawer and just drops the gold and slides it back over. Here's the map. Take it as you need it. And I will put the map on because I just realised I did not put the map on OBS. So this will look kind of shit for about 2 seconds, but I'll fix this. You guys can have a look at the map and then able to figure out. There is a large area of this island. Like the island, like looking more into it, looks kind of big, so you're not entirely sure where this is. But there's a forest that kind of surrounds the local village that you're in, like Horseshoe. 2 seconds as I try and find this map. Okay. Yep, thought I was going to do that.
Well, Pike is just like deliberately slowly unrolling it, just like to build suspense.
Oh,
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah, there it is.
It did have a moment. I will also send it in the Discord so you guys can actually look at it.
You're just about to ask, like, can we have a copy?
Yeah.
Can we have a copy of it, sir? We want to study it later.
Could we have the map, please?
I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map.
Yes. So so who's holding the map? Just so I know who has it in the actual game.
I think.
Starling, I'll be holding the map.
Yeah.
So Starling's holding the map. So yep, that's the map there of the kind of surrounding area of the entire kind of anchor isle that you guys are on. I guess you guys are scanning it right now.
Starling Pike and just goes,
Are you guys
"Thank
just
very much."
you guys just stood in the shop, still staring at it? Yeah.
I think we can probably leave the shop.
Yeah.
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 And Ian, when I said I was looking for anything on the shelves, I would notice. Was there anything of interest, or is it pretty empty?
As you walk around, you notice the shop is more full of absolute garbage. Like it just seems like someone's old kind of like hermit has just kind of left it everywhere. So it makes it kind of hard to go. Like, is anything of actual use here?
Just like off orders.
You find
fucking
like
back room.
daggers, and you find like there's not full suits of armor. You see like sheaths and the kind of like van braces and whatnot. So you never really like finding anything that's completely full. It's a shop, but it's not a good shop.
I think I'll wait outside.
So do you guys all go outside? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
You guys all go outside to just kind of standing outside the shop now. I'll say it's also about like 10 in the morning, so it's not too late, not too early. It's just kind of able to stand outside. So you guys look over the map. Is there anything you want to say to each other?
Whereabouts is the camp? The older say.
That's what I'm trying to work out.
So you see,
wait,
on,
I found it just
hold on.
across the bridge.
Hold on. On the map itself, you notice that there's a map printed, but with like Dustvale Prison, Bounty, Horseshoe, and some other things. But you see, there has also been like X's put on the map and like things written over the original map. So like, there's been like locations marked, but you're not entirely sure like how reliable that is.
Right.
So I'm just looking over the map and just going to go, well, we seem to have a few different places noted down on here. They've not really given us a glossary to understand everything, but generally X generally means something that's, you want to keep an eye out for it, so that could be one of the places, but...
You know what they say, X marks the spot.
Comedy
He just
genius.
like stares
He's
at me.
looking around at everyone for a laugh, and it's just not happening.
I'm just going to go... yes. So yes, I believe we go down to that blue hill there, and then take a left into the woods. There's a camp there. There's one out to... either to the east or the west. I can't remember quite which our orientation is. We've got quite a few to cover if we wanted to cover them all.
Which is
but...
the forest that the bandits are in? Like, which forest is it? I'm not very good at reading maps.
Yes, this is my
You just
first time
got-
reading a map, I will profess.
I believe Valerica kind of like looks over Starling's shoulder and points like at the map. I believe it might be this map over here in the top left corner, but I could be wrong. But I remember they said it wasn't too far from the town.
Well, it's a good place to start as any.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you guys want to head to that bandit camp that's on the top left?
Yeah,
Should we go now?
I don't see why not.
Unless there's anything. I mean, Burnie, you seemed to be really after some armor. I'd be quite concerned taking you into the woods to fight bandits without armor. Are you all right?
I think you'll find that I'm rough and tough enough to deal with all this. And then just stops talking, just looks at everyone.
No, that's wonderful. And just so you know, Burnie, I'm really wondering, are you all right? I mean, I know the gentleman in there was very rude to you. I'm just checking in. Are you all right?
I've dealt with worse.
And you shouldn't have had to. Well, I mean, we're working together. I should like to think that we've all...
Well, in
Got
my
each
line of
other's
work,
back.
you have to deal with some terrible customers. So, let's just go.
No worries.
All right.
So,
I didn't mean customers. I meant bandits.
You meant actual assholes. Yes.
Yeah.
Ah, right. Yes.
Not customers. No.
You are a certified
people.
asshole kicker. Great, love it.
The customers of the woods, yes. We got
The customers of the wood.
That's one way to put it.
See when he says customers of the woods, Burnie brings out a wee notepad and then just scribbles bandits equals customers of woods. Keep for next time? ? And then puts his wee book away.
Well, I'm up for a bit of rough and tumble if you lot are.
you guys,
I've made my living in rough and tumble for the last couple of years, so it doesn't bother me. I'm more than ready.
so you,
I'm
got,
up for an adventure.
you guys all heading towards the bandit camp, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Where
so,
we think the bandit camp is.
Proto.
on the way. Odeysus is just gonna say, would I be able to have a look at those arrows, if you wouldn't mind?
Oh, sure. Valerica hands over the arrows.
So these look just like looking pretty worse for wear, as in like just
Worse for wear, kind of bits of wood taken off them. They're not as sharp as they used to be. Some of the feathers and the end of them are kind of like falling off. And if you shoot them, it's no guarantee they might break on you, or they might just like snap in midair, or like even just like they won't go to it where you're wanting them to go.
so as we're walking individually each arrow. Odysseus is just going to put his hand over the arrowhead and just cast the cantrip mending. And just each individual arrow, he's just going to do that until they're
Yeah, so you
back in shape.
lay them out and you just start to cast mending on them. You see Odysseus place them on the ground, and then just a glow starts to emanate, kind of not from his hands, but like an aura almost around his hands, and you see the arrows just start to kind of almost kind of like reversing time almost, and they just kind of start to snap back together. That the feathers start to come back onto it. The points of the arrows just start to sharpen. Yeah, and they are fully functioning arrows now.
Kind of just gathers them up, stands back up, and hands them back over, and just says, "They're not perfect, but I hope it helps some way."
Goodness, thank you so much. They're in much better condition than they were when we bought them. This is amazing. Thank you.
Yes,
Anytime.
you could almost believe they're brand new arrows you could have bought in a respectable shop.
Well, sadly, we weren't in any respectable shops. We were just in one run by a fucking lunatic.
And with that,
Yes.
Bernie pulls out his wee book again. Not respectable shop.
I must say,
Me for next
I
I
time.
don't know. I kind of liked the old woman. She was very reasonable.
She
No.
was lovely. It was just more that Harry fellow.
yes.
He's got a bit of an attitude problem, hasn't he?
Oh God, yes.
So,
I also
must I-
didn't like the fact that he seemed rather unwilling to help us when he knew that we were after the bandits.
Yes, that does seem to spell somewhat suspicious.
Yes, that was rather strange. I wonder if there's more to it than we've actually been informed.
It could well be that he's just afraid. I mean, this person did walk into town and murder. Surely, this gentleman isn't exactly wanting to be. It's not excusable, but it's reasonable.
I very much dislike being kept in the dark about a lot of things, especially when
Likewise.
murder is involved. I would
Yeah.
love to just storm into the bandit camp, and do as Bernie suggests, the ass kicking and such. But I'm finding myself wanting to learn more about what happened. Who was killed, for example?
Yes, we have no idea of motive either, really.
Maybe we should have questioned that old gentleman a bit more.
I mean, I don't know whether he really had that much going on. It seems that the older residents of this town are somewhat, I guess, feeble. But, we can always take one of these bandits alive, have a little questioning. A little assertive questioning if he does imply.
We can talk first, rather than kick in the door, I suppose.
That may be the best way to do it. After all, it was only the lead bandit that the man wanted alive, correct?
Yes.
As I'm aware.
The question, my theory is, my concern is though, how are we going to get to talk to these people? I've dealt with a few bandits in my time, and generally, if they're encamped in a place, they don't take too kindly to people they don't know wandering into their camp and asking questions.
No, that's true.
That is very true.
I could use my silver tongue that I've been sent that I have to just be nice to them and hopefully they'll just answer my little questions.
I'm
just okay.
I don't know about that. No offense, Bernie, but I feel like if you did that, you'd be dead on the spot.
Yes, would agree.
Bernie notices Starling laughing, pulls out his notebook, dead on the spot, question mark, keeps the next time, question mark, and then puts it away.
Well, I could put my shield in front of you, Bernie. I don't mind that.
Well, there you are,
Likewise,
Bernie.
I've
You've
always
got your
got a
own latest shining armor.
Yes, likewise, I can always throw a shield in front of you. I've got a couple of tricks up my sleeve.
Yeah,
I mean, of course, if all else fails, I can just storm in there and demand to speak to the owner.
I don't think you're going to have the same luck twice in a row.
Well, we'll see. We'll work it out.
Yeah, shall we?
Sorry, Mr. West. Go on. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, if we're walking into something that could be a lot bigger than we're being led on to believe, is it not worth checking out the person who was murdered?
Yes,
surely we're in the town now. Would it not be
asking questions is probably wise.
That would probably be a good idea.
That would be a good idea, but where
Do
do
we
we
know
even...
where-
Where do we go to find the body? We don't even know who it was. We weren't told who it was, and I'm not too sure if the man we spoke to will give us a name.
I'd say to the local chapel or to them. I've dealt with this kind of thing before. Although I
Yes,
don't
where's the body
exactly know
we
who
can-
they worship around here, but I'm sure we'll find out.
We can definitely try. I don't think we should all go in together, because if
Local-
we all go in together asking for about a dead body, it might look a bit suspicious.
Also,
I will
local
take on
taverns
the
are great.
tavern. Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
What if we split up? Some of us go to the body, some go to the crime scene, and
I'll go
we'll...
to the tavern and I'll ask the barkeep what he knows.
I can go to the body and see what I can find out.
Yeah,
I
I
can
don't
go.
mind going to the body either. If no one else wants to go to the tavern.
I'll go to the tavern.
Well, I don't mind going to the tavern.
We say meet back here in this spot in about 2 hours or so, maybe an hour or two.
Yes, give or
Yeah.
take.
Sounds
That's
good,
fine.
boss. Thank you very much.
So
Oh,
who's
boss,
going?
yeah,
Who's
thanks a
going?
lot.
Who's going to the chapel? Just make sure.
I am.
Me.
Valerica and West.
Yep.
And
Yep.
so I mean, Starling and Burnie and Venis are all going to the tavern. Correct? Yes.
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 Okay, so if you guys are able to get to the tavern faster, the chapel's a little bit not. It's not in the town grounds. It's a little bit outside. So you guys get to the tavern, walk in. It is still like earlyish. There's not like a lot of people in there right now. But there's the same kind of half orc behind the bar. The bar's called the Daft Dog, by the way, just in case anyone's wondering. The tavern.
Wait, what did you say it was called?
The
Daft
tavern's
Dog.
called the Daft Dog.
The Daft Dog. Sorry.
I've already had more of a
The
laugh than Burnie.
Starling just looks and goes, "The daft duck is that slang? I don't know that."
I like to think not Burnie, but Max pulls out a notepad and just starts.
It's a little column A, a little column B.
I may or may not have actually written down the things that I said I've written down.
Awesome. Ian, can I ask a quick question?
Go ahead.
Who do they worship in this little town? Do they have a specific?
So you would have
like-
to go speak to the chapel. Obviously, it's not just like because it is still early-ish. You've not really found out who. If you go to the chapel, you'll find out.
Okay, that's fine.
You can't. You just don't know by walking into a town. It's not like you don't walk into a town and know who they worship. It's kind of like you go speak to the local priest or what have you. So yeah, people in the tavern. Sorry, there's really only the half orc. There is like two other people. One person is just kind of a drunkard, leant across a table. You're not really able to discern race or kind of like anything like that. Just kind of passed out. There is another man, old, kind of grizzled, more kind of grey hair, swept back, looking a little bit more rough and tumble. A couple of maybe scars in his face. He has a bow next to him, a longer bow, and he's just sitting there eating like almost kind of like a breakfast with like sausages and eggs.
Right.
So who do you guys want to speak to?
I'll go up and speak to the barkeep.
I'll follow.
So
Venis, despite his confidence elsewhere, is definitely letting Burnie and Starling take the lead.
you guys all walk over. The barkeep gives you a nod. Are we having a little drink this morning then, or?
Maybe
Yeah.
later. We're here on the Alderman's business. We're inquiring about the murder that took place. We're just wondering if, what you saw, what you know, who the victim was, all that sort of jazz. We're just looking for some kind of lead.
It's not. I've already talked to enough guards. It's not something I like to talk about. It's just
We're not guards. We're
I can tell
independent
that.
contractors. I'm going to assume that's a mixture of insult and compliment. But look, we're just here to try and get this all sorted. Look, the guards are not really going to do much. I know this, you know this. We know enough about bureaucratic bullshit to know the guards aren't going to do anything with the knowledge you give them. We are actively pursuing the culprit, and we are looking to apprehend them, dead or alive. So just any information you can give us would be truly thankful. I mean, you seem a perceptive sort of chap. You must know something that would be of great help, and we will let the alderman know that you helped us. And hopefully that'll, a nice little, a sort of, I don't know, maybe some sort of kickback, or either way, good publicity for yourself.
Well, this all happened a while ago, so I'll just tell you what I remember. There was it was not like any other. People were coming in drinking and whatnot, and they were coming and go. It's hard to keep track. It's hard to tell how many people were in the tavern at times. But I start to hear raised voices, which I don't think anything about because as a tavern, I've worked here long enough that raised voices just drown them out because fights happen, people get angry. I don't really usually call the guard unless I see blood. But before I heard shouting, and there was screaming, and then there wasn't screaming. There was a big hustle, and everyone had left the tavern. when I looked over, there was just she was lying there dead.
Do you know who the woman was that was stabbed?
I didn't find out till after, and her name was Grace.
Name was Grace. Was she a local or was she travelling through?
She was local. She was the bailiff's daughter, from what I understand.
Oh.
So she wasn't like a celebrity, but people knew of her. That's why she tried to calm the people down, ended up getting that for it. But like I said, I don't really remember a whole lot. It was I can't really tell you who done it in that.
You know if there was anyone around who was an eyewitness?
There was plenty of people in the tavern. There was a lot of people in the town, and it's like I said, it gets a lot hazy. You see, he's kind of he's looking about a little bit, and he's sweating a little bit.
No, of course I understand. So look, I don't mean to distress you, and I do apologise. Were either of these two patrons here? Do you know if they were here when it happened?
Like I said,
He points to like the other two people in the bar.
He's never out of here. He's always in drinking, and so it'd be hard to get any credible evidence out of him. He's always had like to drink, you know. I don't really touch the stuff, you know. I usually keep my whistle clean. But he's David. He's a local. He's a hunter. Goes out and does his job. Comes in here for his breakfast, and he gives me meat. So it's kind of a good little deal we have back and forth. But he won't really know much. He's usually sleeping by that time.
Right. Just trying to think if there's anything else that we can ask. You have been incredibly helpful, I must say. Like, thank you ever so much for this.
Out of curiosity, dear, you didn't happen to see Harry?
Harry, that lay about? Nah, he's usually off taking some sort of whatever the new trendy drug is. He's not around here. If they ever try to cut a deal in here, I'd chase them out. But no, he's never usually in here.
Thank you. That's wonderful.
Why would you ask a question like that?
He just seemed a little bit abandoned. Yeah, that was all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he seemed rather shifty when we mentioned that we were taking the case on.
I couldn't tell you why.
No, but I really don't mean to press the issue, but do you know if there's anyone, was there another member of staff at all that was working that night that we may be able to speak to? Either, on or off duty, we can always go to their home and speak to them.
There's Lisa, who is a bar. She was working, but I don't know if she saw anything. I think she's probably out with her kids right now in the woods somewhere, so it'd be hard to find her, I would think.
That is a shame. Well, thank you very much. Obviously, do you two have any other questions? I just look to Burnie and Venis.
Nothing springs to mind, dear.
This is kind of out of game. Ian, was I staying in this tavern?
No, you weren't. You've only just arrived the same time they have.
Oh, right, okay. Sorry, I'm... Right. Well then, I need to amend one tiny quick thing.
Okay.
I've got a backpack on me.
Oh my god, that changes everything, Max.
No, I just wanted to say,
it all opened up.
It all makes sense now.
Listen. I was gonna go to the room I was staying in and collect my backpack, but seeing how I just showed up, I've just got my backpack on me as well.
That's fine. You have a backpack on you. Vargo's right. Well, I've got some work to do. So if you're not gonna buy a thing, I have to get to work now.
No, of course. I do just have one last question, unrelated but very simple one. Mm-hmm. Have you seen another tiefling coming through? Looks very much like myself, same skin, very similar horns, tattoo over the other eye, but in the name of Cardinal Pike.
That actually does ring a bell. We don't get a lot of tieflings through here. There was actually a group of them that came through not that long ago, about a month or two back. And they're all, I don't know. They said they were going to go. They're only just stopping here because they were going to go see somebody at the prison, but I'm not entirely sure who they're going to see. I never saw them come back through.
Did you ever see any? Did you see one with a tattoo like mine over the eye?
it was 1 or 2 months ago. It's hard to remember these sort of things. It's all kind of a haze.
Not a problem. Well, thank you very much for that. That's wonderful. But we'll leave you to your work.
Cool.
So I just turn.
As you guys go to leave, you see the bartender kind of uncorks some sort of like alcohol, pours some sort of clear into a cup and just kind of downs it in a oneer. And he just kind of sits sort of his head down as you guys leave.
I'm just going to turn to Venis.
Shall we have a chat outside, gents?
Yes, let's reconvene outside.
Cool. You guys go, kind of leave the bar, sort of tavern, and just kind of take a wee side note up to the side of the tavern and have a wee chat. What do you guys want to discuss?
So first things first. Barkeep says he doesn't drink and then downs a drink. That seems a bit weird. Does that not seem weird to you?
Nobody wants to talk about this, do they? At all.
No. It's weird. Everyone's very cagey. I mean, we have a name for the victim. That's what we do know. We know somebody who may have seen something, but she is possibly out in the woods, so we have no idea where she is. But yes, it's weird. Nobody's coming forward. And you'd think people would be wanting to help about this, but it's clearly something else afoot.
I'm getting a funny feeling that these bandits as well. I'm getting a funny feeling that these bandits come in quite.
Yes, I have a feeling that might be the case. Whether, who really runs this town? Is it the bailiff or is it the bandits?
I mean, if the barkeep says Harry is very dependent on drugs, he's got to be getting them from somewhere. He's not going to job his...
This town does not exactly seem a bustling, metropolis. It's not exactly an easy place to get any sort of gear from.
No, everybody bloody knows everybody else here. Burnie, do you have any thoughts, feelings?
Feeling a bit tired, but apart from that,
and about the case?
Yeah. Why did he have that drink when he said he didn't drink?
Capital.
Suspicious.
People do seem to like lying to us in this town.
Yes, but you're looking for your brother, yes?
Yes, I'm mainly just curious on where he's gone. Long story short, after our father tapped us out of our home, we went on our way together, set up a little mercenary group. Well, I say group, it was the two of us, did a lot of jobs. And, well, we eventually got double-crossed by a client. It ended quite badly, and we kind of parted on not particularly great terms. I just want to check up on him, make sure he's okay, and try and make recompense.
Well, it seems he was on his way to the prison.
If it's him, I've never known to travel with a group of our kind. We were the only tieflings we knew growing up. Growing up in...
I've just realized something. Why didn't we ask him which bandit camp they're at?
Oh, bloody hell, Burnie. I wish I'd have thought of that.
I'll go do it, and I just walk back in. I charge in.
You kind of walk back in, even kind of pushing the door open, and kind of you've almost thinking you've cracked the case, kind of sort of deal, and you look over to the tavern bar, and there's no one there now.
Ah, sugar sticks.
As he's gone inside, I just kind of lean over to Venis and just go, I cannot make heads nor tails of this man, can you?
I am absolutely fascinated by him and everything he does. I'm fascinated by all of them. Delighted to meet new people. But yes, I agree. 1 minute he's a little bit shaky, the next minute he's got all the bloody confidence of a war hero. I bloody love him.
And at that point, you hear this, like a barkeep, barkeep.
You hear kind of footsteps come out the back room. You see, you again.
Yes.
What is it?
What bandit camp are these guys from?
What? Why would I know anything like that?
Well, because if they come here a fair bit, I would assume you know in which general direction they're from.
I don't know where everyone lives.
Okay then, and I just leave.
You turn around, yeah, and go back out to the two of them standing there eagerly waiting for an answer. What do you say to them?
He wasn't there.
What a shame.
Well, we can always see if we can go rejoin the others, or we can just go and wait for them. Our investigation seemed fairly... didn't turn up a huge amount. We could always try and search for this Lisa, but that may take us longer than we want.
I think reconvening probably the good thing. Hopefully the other two better luck than we do.
Well, we can hope. We've got some sort of lead, but, well, they're going to see the bodies. They probably got more than we have, but yes, lead the way.
Indeed.
So are you guys going to get them at the chapel, or?
I'm just following these two, so wherever they decide to go, I'm just following behind.
Should we go to the chapel? I do love going into holy places. People do tend to get slightly funny when my kind walk in, and it is...
It would be absolutely bloody marvellous if we worship the same god, so absolutely to the chapel.
Yeah, you guys start to make it to your chapel, so Valericia and West actually get there first. And go into the chapel. It's quite quiet. The chapel's on a little bit of a hill. It's made of stone, and it's more rounded and kind of edges. And as you go in, it's just there's nobody else there, but you can see there's a man kind of in long robes, just sitting with his hands together, clasped together, just kind of muttering to himself.
Odeysus is gonna step forward, stop about a meter away from him, just kind of be as loud moving so he knows that I'm there, but he's gonna wait until the person's praying.
You see, if you kind of wait for it, he takes a deep breath. He kind of mutters something last and stands up. He turns around. He's kind of a youngish man. Actually, looking at the back of him, you expected him to be older, just because he's a priest. He's actually quite of a youngish face, and nice kind of trim beard. Looked after, looks like freshly washed and all that. His gown is really nice and clean. Can I help you?
Oh, that's myself and my compatriot are investigating the recent murder.
Mm-hmm.
As I'm sure you. We were just wondering whether the body had yet been entered, and we were also wondering the identity of the victim. Anything you could.
Well, I know the victim because I did the last rites. Matil guided me, but yes, it was Grace, the bailiff's daughter. She tried to stop the altercation. Thought she had some of her father in her, but fortunately not. Stabbed to the throat, bled out almost immediately. They're buried out back, so if you wish to go pay your respects, you can. But the culprits I know nothing of. I know they've come into the town every now and again and caused some trouble, but other than that, they usually stick to the tavern.
Do you at least know which direction they've gone?
They usually come from the western entrance, if I'm not mistaken, but I can't say that for sure.
You don't know anything about the reasoning for the murder?
Well, I heard there was an altercation. I don't seem to frequent the tavern, so I would not know.
Just kind of turns around to Valericia and just goes, "Is there anything else that you would like?"
Yes. Were there any noticeable markings or anything on the body other than the wound to the throat? Was there anything other of note?
That was really it. She kept herself clean for the most part. They just a stab to the throat. Seems to have done it.
See. And what about her family? Do they still live in this town?
The bailiff still lives in this town, yes. I assume he was the one who posted about the job. He's been hiding his feelings more and keeping to himself. I think he's been keeping his outburst private. He seems to be on the outward looking fine, but I think there's a more rotten core to the man. Rotten,
See.
I just mean disturbed.
I see.
He's not handling it well.
No. But I do wonder why man such as yourself is in this town. It looks at you, West.
I'm here looking for signs. I see this is a temple of Matilda.
Yes.
I'm a priest of Matilda myself. I'm looking for somebody. You haven't by any chance seen a young half-orc by the name of Alexander, have you? In the past few months or so?
Alexander did come to me, but he only wanted a blessing, then moved on. He did not really say why.
You don't know where he went, where he came from, what he was doing?
He said he was going to the prison, but I did not know what for.
How long ago was this?
Had to be a month or two ago. Said to be travelling with a group, but I don't really know what group.
Thank you. That means a lot. Well, thanks for giving him the blessing, and good luck with your work, which will guide you.
He'll guide you as well. He
just turns and walks out.
He goes back down to his knees and just starts muttering to himself again. Valericia, West, do you both exit the temple, yeah? Or church?
I stay behind for a minute. I walk over to the gentleman again and I gently put my hand on his shoulder. I'm terribly sorry, but I do have a few more questions if that's okay.
That's fine. He kind of still stays seated and just kind of like looks forward. What do you have to ask?
So, from my understanding, this family you're talking about, are they a wealthy family in this town? Or are they just simply other commoners?
He is the bailiff. He does not earn a lot of money. Not a lot of these officials do, but he does have some sort of power in the town. He usually enforces the law and runs the guards, but for me, he's always been quite a simple man, a quite quiet man who's kept everything in check, but it's not been a lot to keep in check here, so there's not much I can really say.
I see. And the behaviour of this gentleman before the murder wasn't out of check or anything, and everything was as it seemed beforehand?
He seemed to have been happy with how his life was going with his daughter and his wife and whatnot, but obviously the loss of a child can shake a person to the core.
Yes, I can understand that. This wife, does she usually just reside in the house, or will she be out and around? I would like to go ask her some questions.
She would be out and about, but I'm not sure where she would be in the town. Not a lot to do in the town. Maybe she's down at the docks, doing something there. Not entirely sure, to be honest.
That's all right. Thank you so much, and sorry for bothering you. And Valericia catches up with I forgot his name.
Odeysus.
Yeah, that catches up.
Odeysus he's just sitting on the stone outside, and you can see he's just like really just fidgeting with his holy symbol on his neck and staring at this, like he's just like out of it kind of.
Valericia does that kind of like not run but not walk. You know that dodgy like run skip thing you do to catch up with someone. She does that.
Like when someone opens the door for you and they're a little too far away.
Yeah, that.
You're like, facts.
Like,
You're secretly a little bit annoyed at them that they held it for so long, so far away. You're like, oh, thank you so much, piece of shit.
So
it's like that Lemmy clip when he's like halfway across the fucking building.
So you catch up with Odeysus West, just sitting on a stone, just clutching his holy symbol. What would you like to say?
I asked a couple more questions. It's totally up to you, but we could maybe go find the wife and ask her a few questions.
Oh, that would be a lovely idea. Do you think she will know a bit more about the situation?
If I'm honest, I'm not too sure, but I think at this point we need to take all the information we can get.
Certainly right. Do you know where she lives?
Well, not exactly, but I've been told she'll be wandering around somewhere, possibly the docks. We could try there.
Yeah, let's go and give it a shot. Good. Thank you for remembering to ask these things. That was a bit. Sorry. Let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Are you guys heading towards the docks? Yeah.
Do you want to meet up with them first and then go to the docks, or?
Sure. We could probably use the.
So
probably go for this.
as you guys are walking to the docks, I say you do run into Starling, Venis, and the Burnie. You guys get
Okay.
it's kind of like almost like halfway, like you can see the town. You're just getting the chapels behind you.
Okay.
Any leads?
Not many. We found that there is a wife. We could go ask her some questions. She's possibly at the docks.
A wife?
Yes, so we asked the priest more about the victim, Grace. We were informed that the family, they're not super important, I suppose you could say. Because I thought maybe that was the reason if they were a huge target or something, but it doesn't seem like that. But the wife, since we haven't really had a chance to speak to her yet, maybe she could give us more information. I don't see the harm in trying at this point.
Possibly. We did track down something of a lead. It's one of the barmaids who worked in the bar at the time of the murder, but she is apparently off planet with her children somewhere in the forest of the west. So, quite how to track her down, I don't know, but that's about all we know. And again, what we learned was the victim's name was Grace, the bailiff's daughter. So, again, people are not very talkative in this town. I don't know how well you got on with who you spoke to, but we had a barkeep that one moment told us he doesn't drink a drop, and the next minute he downs a shot of something and looked like a recipe for a good time.
Yes,
Oh.
that was suspicious.
That does sound quite suspicious. The priest we were talking to didn't really raise any alarms for me personally. He just wouldn't really say much. I tried to ask more about the body, if there was any other markings, wounds, other than, the wound that caused her death, but he didn't really say much about it, and her body's already been buried, so it's not really like we can go see for ourselves.
Pieces of material can be quite protective over the dead. Kind of their bag.
Understandable, but they buried her rather quickly then, surely. I don't know
Yeah.
whether it's the same as they do it in Port Violet, but back home, usually a body would lie in state for, I don't know, a few days, maybe even a week.
I'm not too sure. They only buried her. I think the priest said it was yesterday they buried her. But I honestly don't know. I didn't really want to press any more questions. He didn't really seem to want to talk more than he already did.
Yeah, that's becoming a running theme here. One thing we did find out is Harry, the absolute arsehole of a shopkeeper, is a drug addict, so probably getting those from
There's a
somewhere.
lot.
Venison.
Drug addict?
Yes, Venice made a very good idea, or Burnie made a very good idea, that has to be getting those from somewhere. And most likely those bandits.
I don't know. If the bandits were the ones that supplied the drugs, that could explain why he was being so shifty in the shop.
Well, I mean, he obviously clearly didn't want to job in his supplier.
That's a fair point, I suppose, but I don't know. This is becoming a very strange situation. It sounds awful to say, but I would rather that we got a look at the actual body, but of course that's not really a possibility at this point.
Yeah, so I'd also like that, but it does seem, at least the theory that we've been floating, that potentially the bandits may have a little bit more of a control over this city than we've been led to believe, and that they may pay more visits to this town than we've been led to believe.
I mean, nothing short of asking the bandits themselves.
I think this is probably the right time to ask this question. Does everybody here still want to do this job, even with the current complications?
Well, I've done some complicated jobs in the past, one of which did leave me to losing my tail, but, it's not exactly something I'm that averse to. First time really doing a job like this solo, but I'm more than happy to do it if you chaps are.
Very much fascinated by the whole thing, and I would love to get to the bottom of it. It's a thread that I am quite delighted to pull.
It's definitely something I want to be invested in. Something's not right, and I want to get to the bottom of it.
Do you, Burnie?
You used to have a tail?
All tieflings have tails.
Oh,
I just, well, that's a long story how that came to be parted from me.
What a tail that must be.
Sorry, Bernie, but don't humans have any unique features to them? Well, you're not exactly fully human now, are you?
no, as you can tell from my ears, I am a half-elf.
Well, if I'm completely honest, when I saw your ears, I thought that was just a birth defect. I thought you were just a very unique-looking human, but I suppose I was wrong.
Oh dear, there's nothing
Perhaps
unique about
not
us
a
humans.
pet, so let's keep going.
Very well.
I don't know about nothing unique about humans. I've spent a lot of time around them, mainly socialites, bureaucrats, and politicians. And there's some very unique things about some of that lot. I'll tell you that for nothing.
I find the rest of you far more fascinating than myself.
I find my own kind more fascinating, since I am a Fey elf, but seemingly having switched out from Autumn for a few years.
I'm going to pretend I know what that.
I
Yes,
have
I'd-
no idea.
Do you not understand how I was going to say how
No,
Fey elves work? That doesn't make sense. I don't know how to work this.
That's fine.
Please tell us. Fascinating.
So my race,
Does your hair
we
fall out like leaves on a tree because it's autumn?
well the way our race, I suppose the best way to word it is the way that we work. We change with the seasons. Right now, I am currently in autumn, but the thing is, I don't actually switch with the seasons anymore. I'm not sure why. Because we are in summer right now. I should have my summer skin. We should say my skin should be yellow. My hair should be blonde. My armor should be more summery, I guess. But I don't know. Since a couple of years ago, something happened, and I just have not switched from autumn. I've been stuck in this phase for quite a long time now.
Oh, that sounds awful.
I don't know what's caused it. I would love to be able to switch, especially during the winter. I went a beautiful blue shade, but unfortunately, whatever happened, because I remember the very night it happened, and it was in autumn. Hence why I've been stuck in this phase for, like I said, very long time.
That's not fascinating the way you change your appearance. I mean, I would love to be able to do that. I mean, people often are somewhat, cagey around tieflings as is, but especially being, a lovely infernal shade of red. Some people do find that a bit off-putting.
I think it's very charming.
I find both of you very charming. I find Odeysus and Burnie both very charming. I'm, as I say, I'm fascinated by the lot of you, and if permitted, I would love to find out what's happened as well. If you wouldn't mind me, maybe after we've done this job, carrying on with you.
I must say, Venis, I do find your constant wanderlust incredibly captivating.
It is quite true.
Oh, thank you. Not sure if that's a compliment or not, but
Oh, it is.
oh, lovely. I find you all captivating as well. Brilliant.
Yes, you are a very bubbly, lively human, I would say.
I've not got much else going for me, dear, so I have to get it somewhere. I mean, I find people fascinating. I find you fascinating, and if permitted, I would love to carry on with you. I'd love to go on this journey with you and find out what's happened.
Of course,
At
dear.
the very
You
least,
don't-
I'm sure
you don't
we'll
have
see
to
this
ask.
through. Well, as lovely as this conversation is, and it is lovely to actually have people talking to me as a regular person and not a commodity, shall we continue moving?
Oh, of course, yes.
You
Yes.
guys-
We do have a murder to solve.
Do you-
Wait, one question before we go. Did anyone manage to maybe narrow down which bandit camp these specific bandits are hiding at, or are we still on square one with that?
He did say
When I
to
asked
the
the
west.
barkeep, he told me he doesn't keep record of where everyone lives. So, no.
Well,
Did you
that's
say
not
the
very
west,
helpful.
Odeysus?
The
the
priest
west.
did say that he came from the west, so I would
West.
imagine it would be. I think. Yes, I believe from the west. I believe
So your
there's
hunter
only
was
one
right,
cross.
Valericia. Well, What do you want
Well,
to do? Do you want to go and scope out the camp, try and find the bailiff's wife, find the barmaid?
Ian, what time of day is it right now? Is it still early in the morning or
Yeah,
like midday?
but about 11 a.m. to be almost going on 12. So it's getting around to midday.
Okay. I'm
We've,
ready
we've
to
got the
set
day
off.
on our side.
Excuse me, guys?
I'm down for whatever anyone else is down to.
We've definitely got the day on our side. If you wish to go and speak to the bailiff and their family first, I mean, it seems good to talk to the father of the deceased, does it not?
Well, unfortunately, the priest did say we may not get a lot out of him. He is a man who keeps to himself, as he said. I think we should maybe try and speak to the wife. If I feel like we could maybe get a little bit more from her.
Sounds like a
Excellent.
plan.
What do you think, boss? And he looks at Odysseus.
You keep using that word. I agree. I think we should go speak to the wife. He seems like the last person we can speak to who we might get something from.
Okay.
And maybe we can make an informed decision after that instead of running into the woods headstrong.
So all of you guys make your way to the docks, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you all start to kind of walk through the town, get to the other side. Takes a couple of takes like 15 minutes or so. You get through to the other side of the docks. Right? There's some ships there, 2 or 3, but okay, they are only sloops. One has nobody on. There are some crew on the other one, but they're just kind of like taking boxes on and off. There's one man sitting there taking inventory. There are a couple of benches. There's no one else sat in them, but there is one lone woman just kind of sat looking out towards the ocean.
Before we approach her, did anyone get her name?
Oh Lord, no, we didn't get it.
Oh, fuck.
We need somebody very charming.
We need
go-
someone.
Go ahead, turn to Burnie.
What?
I was more
I-
thinking, Venus should go talk to her.
Me, dear?
Yes, well, I feel.
I'll go do it, and I just walk towards her.
Bernie, no. Oh,
Yeah, so Bremlin just
Oh, no.
Burnie starts to make towards this woman, and she
That's
you
what?
get up kind of close to her, like standing almost kind of to the side to her, but she doesn't even look at you. She's looking off and towards the ocean.
Hello.
Sorry, are you wanting to sit here?
Oh, I wouldn't mind if I sat next to you, and I just plop myself down.
Oh, I have things to do. I'm sorry. And she starts to get up. You guys see Barney sit down,
Oh.
and she gets up to start walking away.
I'm gonna wait.
Jesus
Hold
Christ.
on. Why are you sitting here all by your lonesome, looking like this?
I just like to look at the ocean sometimes.
Well, I can make it even better for you.
oh Lord.
Check,
I'm
please. Indulge this little
I'm not sure what you mean.
red-haired half-elf.
I'm not sure what you mean, but I have errands to run. I'm very sorry.
I'll take up 2 minutes of your time. I promise.
I'm very busy. I'm very sorry. And she starts to kind of start
And then
walking.
I'd like to pull out my flute,
Oh Lord.
Okay.
Oh, no.
and I'd like to play something that's like soothing, like the ocean, but has like, just playing something nice and calming and melodic, and something that'll make you just appreciate the view of the ocean even more.
Give me a performance roll, please.
25.
25. So you kind of put your flute to your mouth, and you don't even look at her. You just start to kind of play, and it's very it's not overboarding. It's very subtle piece of music. It almost seems to with the crashing waves of the ocean, it almost seems to go in time with that. As the waves crash, you're able to kind of play a nice melody that goes along with it, and she stops walking and she kind of looks out to the ocean again, and tears start to well in her eyes.
And I'll stop for 1 second, and I'm just gonna pat the seat next to me again, and then I'm just gonna continue playing.
Please stop. Do you stop playing?
For no, like I'm still playing, but I'm looking at her. I've got like one handed. I'm just gonna tap the
Please
seat, and then I
stop.
keep going.
Playing.
I just look at the others and go, someone should really intercept this.
This is
Sorry, what do you do, Burnie?
I stop and I go, I thought you were liking that.
okay. Valerica just kind of face palms and like kind of drags her hand down her face, looking at Burnie like, what is he doing? And I turn to Venus. Venus, listen, I really think we should go over there and maybe chat to the lady. I don't think she'll appreciate it if myself, Starling or Odeysus show up, since we're not exactly, human. She might be a bit taken aback. I think maybe you should have a quick word with her.
I genuinely think he's done a good job to get her to stop, though. But yes, all right, certainly.
So as you start to walk over, she turns to you, Burning. My daughter played the lute, and it's just. I'd just rather not think about her right now.
Can I just say something quickly?
Hold on. Max, you there?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
She spoke to you. You realise, right?
Oh, you cut out. I didn't hear it.
Did I cut? Did I cut out?
Yeah.
No, I
didn't hear
heard you.
anything you said there.
I heard you. As well.
Everyone heard me. So very
I didn't hear
Bremlin. She said something and Matt he didn't even take it in. She turns to you, and she says, "Please stop playing. My daughter played the lute. It's just I'd rather if you stop playing."
Oh, okay. Do you want me to sing you a song then, or
I don't want
or-
anything from you.
or even
just-
better? And Burnie stands up, and he pulls out his little notebook. He's like, I've got a couple of things here that I'm trying out. If you wanna listen.
So she just goes to turn around and walk away, but as she turns around and walk away, she locks eyes with Venis. Venis, you're pretty close to each other. You're like within talking distance. Would you want to say anything to her?
Forgive my colleague. I believe he didn't know the best way to approach you. You wouldn't by any chance happen to be Grace's mother, would you?
Yes.
We are investigating her murder.
I was just trying to calm you down a little bit, make you feel a little better after the tragic death of your daughter.
I just look over at Burnie and just start doing the motion across my thumb, like, shut up.
Oh no, this is when I just walk over to Burnie and like grab the top of his ear and start pulling him back to like the rest of us, being like, "Shut up! Just shut up!"
I'm being abused. Somebody's attacking me in public, and I don't know who they are.
She just watches
Silence, you abomination.
as Burnie just gets dragged away.
Venis just looks at her and he's like, I know it's tough. I know it is. Genuinely. But if you could spare me a couple of moments, a couple of minutes to ask a few questions. But I know it's tough. Would you like to sit down somewhere? Would you like to go somewhere? A few moments of your time.
She kind of sits down at the bench and just kind of starts to look out to the ocean still.
Venis kind of looks to everyone and kind of does a sort of gesture with his head to come over and maybe help with questioning.
I walk over.
Odysseus will just walk over and sit down.
I'd stay back for a little second, still keeping a hold of Burnie to make sure he doesn't say anything stupid.
I feel like this is genuinely towards Max and not to Burnie here.
It's a little column, mate. It's a little column.
Take my head, Max! So yeah.
Max, you feel called out right now.
So you all come over and it's not a crowd around her, but you're all kind of standing at a good distance away from her, give her own space. And she just sat on the bench looking out towards the ocean. There's no like emotion on her face. She's just like stone cold, just looking out to the ocean.
What happened? What were you told happened?
I just know she was in the tavern drinking with her friends. You see, she only did just become she started to allow her to go out to the tavern and drink with her friends, but my husband had been quite reluctant to do so. So she'd only really just started to begun that part of her life, but I was told that she tried to stop a fight, and then it happened. And we buried her a couple of days ago. And me and my husband haven't been able to look at each other since.
Why did he do it?
I apologise if it's tough. Was she as well liked then?
Grace was quite beautiful. She had the eye of everyone in the town, all the men.
That must have been wonderful.
It was for me. My husband, he wasn't fond of it, so he tried to keep her on a short leash. But as children are, she rebelled, and I allowed her to go out and drink.
All we can do is offer our children the freedom to do as they do. You don't happen to know anything about these so-called bandits? It was how it was phrased to us. We just want to know, do you know anything of these bandits? Do you know anything of who did this?
Husband said he would take care of it, but it's been days and nothing. He said he'd make sure the right people pay. He's been investigating it, but that job went up in the tavern, so...
How long have these bandits been here? And causing problems?
Months. There's always a new group, but my husband's usually able to chase them away, but these ones have stayed for some reason.
Has there been a consistent face at all that you know? Like somebody who's made their presence known from this group?
There were rumours of a man with a scarred face, but I never saw one. But I don't frequently talk to bandits.
Have these people always been causing trouble, or does this seem to be the defining incident?
They've been stealing and roughhousing and nothing like this, though. It's rocked the town so much everyone's quite afraid to leave their houses now.
So it seems rather out of character than petty theft.
It seems something must have happened, yes.
And so I know that this is a difficult one to phrase to you, but there's no possibility that, your daughter Grace had any problems with anyone at all? Anything that may have...
No.
No, of course, it's...
Everyone loved Grace.
Did you... I know you said that obviously she was the apple of many people's eye in the town, but was there anyone that she had a particular relationship with at all, or...?
No, she never wanted... She was never anyone who really caught her eye, to be honest. From what I know.
You mentioned her friends as well. Was there a best friend or closest friend that she may have had that we may be able to speak to who was there that you know of?
Not... Like I said, the town's kind of been rocked by the...
No, of course.
So, many people have even left, and it's hard to say who's even left in the town.
No, of course, I understand, my dear. truly very sorry. I do think we should leave you in peace. I just gotta look to the rest. Do you all agree?
Yes.
Do you want one final serenade or?
Bernie,
Okay then.
but rest assured we will find whoever did this and we will make sure that they pay.
Please. Please make just have it done quickly.
You have my word. I'm just gonna stand and I just start walking. I walk away just to get some more space.
Yeah, you guys all kind of walk down the dock and just gonna leave her or sit on the bench by herself.
As we're leaving, I'm just going to put one hand on her shoulder as I stand up to go and just say, someone who's lost. We're very close. I can tell you.
Michael, you're very, very quiet. I'm gonna say this.
Yeah, you're really
you're
quiet,
very
Michael.
quiet.
Can you hear me now?
You're just still very quiet.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on.
What did you say? Sorry, try again then.
I'm going to put one hand on her shoulder and just say, somebody who's lost people very close. I can tell you, do not believe it will be easy. Time is.
So, Michael, I'm gonna be honest, I can't hear what you're saying because it's very
You-
quiet.
you-
But
you-
it's no, Michael. It's nothing to do with you being in the call. You leaving, come back won't fix it at all. I feel like it's something with your mic, but it seems very nice.
Yeah, I think it's
it seems very nice and
it's-
heartfelt. And I think I know what you're going for. So
Right, fair
Yeah.
enough.
she's just gonna kind of nod and continue to
I'll see if I can do something.
kind of closes her eyes, and you walk behind the rest of the group. What does the rest of the group say to one another?
Poor woman. I can't even
Venis.
imagine what she's been through.
Venice taps Burnie on the shoulder and goes, "That was some absolutely bloody marvellous playing, though. I'm a
I was barred.
Yes, I'm just. It was a pleasure to get to hear you.
I would say, Bernie, in future, potentially, if trying to console and broach the subject of a grieving woman's daughter's murder, a slightly more gentle approach maybe.
Well,
It may
it's
be
not like
advised.
I was playing something soothing, so that way it would be nice for her to watch the ocean with it. So
We understand where you're coming from. I think just your initial approach was a bit
Yes,
wrong.
the song was lovely, just a slightly softer approach.
At least we figured out what your forte is.
That is true. We have actually gotten somewhere.
Well, in terms of this now, what do we want to do? Because it seems like nobody wants to talk to us. She
Well, I
said
say
some people have
let's-
even left.
let's go and get him.
But
I'm inclined to agree.
I am inclined to agree, but I really don't think we should be storming in, just head on. I think we need to come up with some sort of, not a plan per se, but maybe scout the area out a little bit. And just
I
see where
agree.
we at.
Seems wise.
Touch of reconnaissance. We scout the area, get a visual on the camp, see the comings and goings, and then we can plan from there.
Cool.
This is the pre-plan.
So are you guys heading towards the camp?
And so,
I
yeah.
say
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, everyone?
Yeah.
Who is leading the charge?
I think it should be Odeysus.
Who?
I say Odeysus or Starling. If Burnie leads it, we're all fucking dead. And that's the D&D over. It's just dead, done, the end.
All right, listen. Once again, this is that we're pretending here. You're not actually saying this to me, right?
I mean, you did get me killed in Faz, so I have very little trust in you, Max.
Also, Max, having played with you for this long, the line is blurred, man.
So,
where does Max end and Bremlin begin? I'm not
so
really
who's
sure.
who's leading the charge towards the camp?
I think
I will say-
Odysseus, definitely.
There's two
Yeah.
two votes for
My
Wes.
survival is not great, but I can give it a shot.
Okay.
I'll
Wes-
go from the Odysseus.
So,
So I've
okay,
got the map,
can
so-
you both? So, just to make sure, are you helping Odysseus or is Odysseus helping you?
Because I've got the map, so
Okay, so you.
So I would
I-
say he's leading the charge then, and Odysseus is helping.
Okay, Odysseus.
I will help you. I
Okay.
will aid the person who looks like
Okay,
he's
so
been around the world.
Starling, roll survival with advantage, please.
Oh, with an advantage.
because Odeysus is helping you.
Yeah. Oh, nice. 18.
18. So yeah, you guys are able to cut through the town and start towards the west or the forest. You guys walking through the forest for about 10 or 15 minutes. And it just starts to feel very like you can feel the sun on your back. And kind of, it's a nice kind of area. You don't like. There's a nice kind of smell of pollen, but it's not like filling your lungs or like giving you hay fever or anything like that. It's just giving it a nice kind of, great kind of scent of the air. This is as you're walking through, your symbol starts to kind of like feel heavier on your chest. Venis, as you're walking through, your symbol starts to feel a little bit kind of like it's almost kind of vibrating a little bit.
I kind of just like bring my right hand up and just sort of clutch it a little bit as we're walking and just sort of try and straighten my back a little bit. But I'm like noticeably a little bit more hunted than I usually am.
Venis places a hand on his chest. You don't see, obviously, any symbol or anything. He's got his armor over it. But you see him very pointedly put his hand on his chest.
I just look at Odeysus, go, everything all right, chap?
Burnie puts his hand to his chest as well, thinking this is some mad adventurer thing that they all do. So he's just putting his hand to his chest as well.
He's just joining in.
Oh, Burnie, love you, man.
Odysseus will just go, yes, just old age.
I must ask, so what's, in a nutshell, what is your story, Odysseus? What's your deal?
What's my deal?
Yes, what do you do before all this?
I am a priest of Matilda.
Oh, a priest.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'm just going, oh, a priest.
Yes. Just by my trade, just make sure people are at peace, putting their loved ones in the ground. Just doing what I can. I'm not used to the traveling life. This is new. But, hey, I'm learning.
What made you travel?
That's...
A long
I'm looking...
story.
Maybe after this we can talk. This seems to be a bit... This is a long conversation, and not to be insulting, but you're still fairly new acquaintance. I would rather...
No, of course. Well, hopefully if we get through this, we've got a long night with some cold drinks and pleasant conversation.
You know what? I'll take you up on that, and we can talk all the time. For now, I think we kind of have our plate.
So as you guys are cutting through the forest, can everybody make a perception check for me, please?
Ooh.
The Capion.
Everybody.
18 for Burnie.
18 for
Whatever
Burnie.
15 plus 5 is for Venis.
20.
20.
20.
Yeah, I got dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
18.
Valerica?
18 as well.
God damn, you guys are a bunch of high rollers here. Fucking hell.
Be perceptive as fuck, boy.
So yeah, as you guys are kind of walking through the forest, you do hear a bunch of like, you don't really know what they're saying, but you hear like laughing, they kind of back and forth and kind of words being said, but it's too far away to understand what they're exactly saying.
I just kind of stop, turn to the others and go, what's the plan here?
Well, if you want stealth, I'm absolutely first person. And he kind of points to his very sort of clanky arm.
I would tend to be in the same camp as you.
I can climb up a tree if you like, and I can have a quick scout. I used to climb up a lot of trees when I lived in the Fey forests.
That sounds like our best bet.
I've got a little trick up my sleeve. Is there anything in the camp that you're wanting me to get?
You guys can't actually see it into the camp. I'm just saying that now. So,
what's your trick, Burnie?
I can do this, and then I do like a terrible magician. Like it's a lot of hand flailing, and then I go, I click my fingers, and I go invisible.
Oh,
That's very good.
How did you do that?
Burnie? Is he still here? Burnie?
Well,
Oh, I think he's teleported himself into another dimension.
All you hear is this.
Is he?
I think he's invisible.
What is that noise?
Was he farting?
Burnie?
I don't like that devilish laugh that he's doing. Something's strange about this.
I think
And then
something
I-
over there.
then you hear click of fingers, and I go, haha.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Oh,
lovely.
So you can turn invisible, Burnie.
Yeah.
So that may be quite useful. What about this, Valericia? If you want to climb one of those trees, if you can get some vertical side. Burnie, if you want to go towards the sound of that laughter, see if you can see who it is and what's going on.
On how many there are.
Yes, if we can get some
Very
numbers.
important.
And that way the two of you can survey a wider area. We can hopefully then get some idea of what we're doing, and then we can try and sort this all out.
Valerica, could you make an athletics check for me?
As
Yes.
Valerica's going, I'm going to pat her on the shoulder and just be like, good luck. And I'm going to cast guidance on her. So she's got a D4 to ability check for the next minute.
Okay.
You and that guidance
You
cantrip.
need once. Sorry?
You and that guidance cantrip.
Oh, it's so good.
wait. Am I rolling a d4 as well then?
Yeah, you can add a D4 to the roll.
Oh right. Okay. Cool. 17.
17. So you're able to kind of scramble up the tree quick enough, not with like a lot of grace, just kind of like just able to climb up it. Just kind of you get up to it, and you can see the edges of the camp. You can't see like the full scape of the camp because you are still looking above like a tree line, and it isn't somewhat of a kind of a clearing, so it'd be hard to kind of look into the clearing from where you are. So you are able to tell there are like a couple people. There seems to be able to see a couple of tents and a little kind of like shack, kind of shed next to it. Burnie, are you going into the camp?
Yes.
Cool. Burnie disappears and then starts to make his way towards the camp. And that's where we'll take our first break, because I really need to pee. So, if everybody can go pee right now, we'll kind of just take a little break for 5 minutes or so. Everyone who's watching, thank you very much for sticking around. You've been very, very nice for you all kind of sit and watch, and I hope you're all enjoying it so far. We're always going to take a quick little break. We're not going to go anywhere. People are still going to be here. But we're all just going to go pee and stuff like that. So, BRB.
Be back in a moment.
Right, let's get up.
Hoo-wee. Man. Hooey! This room's got hot. Just while we're kind of taking this break, I just want to say thank you to a few people who have actually... So, Mela Marley subscribed for us with their Prime. That's very, very nice of you. So did Emma. Thank you very much. I'm going to go for all people who gave us a little bit of a follow during that. I couldn't say it during time because I'm DMing at the same time. Nuclear Tuna, Micah Storm, Eldrick Wyvern, Digital Popsicle, Rainbow McNyan, Rune Kaiser, Annie Mayer. Thank you very much for giving us a follow. It's very, very nice of you. And thank you for Dirty20 Live for rating us with a party of 9. Very, very nice for everyone to come in and support us while we're doing this. Our first time doing this. It's been very, very nice. So I don't know if anyone wants to give their thoughts on kind of the first thing. I think the only thing I've kind of picked up on is Michael and maybe Max being a little bit quiet.
Because Lana obviously mentioned that she is struggling to hear everyone at the moment. I think that mainly just is Michael and Max. I think.
Yeah, I think
everyone else is.
I don't know entirely sure what's happened there, but like I think.
I don't know either.
Yeah, Michael.
Yeah, because I can hear Max really clearly.
Do you guys? Oh, sorry.
No, what were you going to say, Lon? Danny?
I was just going to say, do you two have your mic suppression on? Because sometimes the suppression can mess with it.
Danny, I may have been streaming with these guys for nearly 2 years.
They don't know much.
Have any of them put any effort into getting any equipment for streaming?
I'm just going to answer with this. Left 4 Dead 2.
Did you hear what Max just said?
What did you just say?
He said, I bought a pair of headphones.
That's
what he's trying to give us. He's like, oh, I bought a pair of headphones though. What are you talking about, Max?
Yeah, Max, remember all those times we asked you to please wear some headphones? We're like, no, fucking, when we're doing all the other campaigns, you would just echo constantly.
I have trouble hearing a couple. Who are the people? Because I think I can hear Raz, Dani, and Starling. Sorry, Raz, Dani, and Brad. Michael, which kind of comes really in and out, and so does Max. Max,
there is no Brad anymore, only Starling.
I mean, that's fine for me. Starling's way hotter and way cooler than me, so that's totally fine.
Don't say that about yourself. You look like a budget Jimmy Carr.
Even the laugh.
There you go.
Oh, okay. I need to find this fucking thing.
Yeah, also, I am somewhat in love with Burnie, like just this chaotic gremlin of a man.
I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't sure what I was expecting with the art because obviously we couldn't really see each other's art before, and like everyone's appeared one by one, and it looked great. I was like, oh, this is awesome. And then I saw Burnie, and I was just like, what the fuck is this? Like,
one of these things is not like the others.
I love Burnie.
Exactly.
Max sent me, and I went, "Oh my god! I've never seen a half elf with a fucking with a hairline like that." Most of them are like long and flowing or cool. He gave the guy a fucking helicopter pad.
What? Because it goes in with his backstory.
I guess
I love the fact that, like, you look at this lineup, you know, you wouldn't be able to tell straight away who is playing what, but you know exactly who Max is playing. It's just straight away, Max.
Like, here's a lineup. Which one is Max playing? That one.
It's very fitting to you, Max. I'll give you that.
It is completely on brand. I'll give you this. You're consistent.
Raz is very
sorry, Tuna. Sorry, I'll step back.
I don't hear a couple of people. Yeah, some people are very quiet. Well, we can fix on this next time. So, but I think everyone's more or less being able to hear everyone. So I think that's going pretty well.
This is the pilot, you know.
It's the pilot.
Things get fixed.
Hopefully, we get a green light.
Hopefully, HBO Max is going to pick us up.
I don't know.
Come on, Amazon Prime. Fuck Mckenna. Let's go.
They've got their own little D&D.
This is when we get picked up by Netflix.
Michael and Max just need to yell for half. Max usually yells as standard.
Yeah. It's so weird. I'm so used to Max yelling that him being this quiet is like it worries me. I'm like, he's planning something.
On the opposite end, I went down and spoke to Emma, and I was like, "Yeah, Michael and Max is, but Brad couldn't be clearer." He's like, Brad has the cleanest audio I've ever heard in my fucking life.
Beautiful microphone.
Yeah, it is an amazing
Actually,
microphone.
I'm using like a little Sennheiser headset I got from my old work. Like it's literally nothing fancy, but it's apparently this has just got real good audio.
It really does.
Well, how much is that? Because I've sent the link to fucking Max and Michael.
It's about 60 quid. It's a USB mic headset, just plugs it in. Got a little control thing so I can just mute it whenever I want. Like,
Well,
it's actually really good.
Well, what we're doing with the fucking Prime money is that any subscription, all the channel points. We're gonna put a goal: £120 fucking clean audio from Max and Michael. Although I would
a set of headphones.
I still wouldn't.
Is my mic genuinely fucked?
No, you're just a little bit muffled and quiet, Michael.
Yeah, occasionally, Michael, your headset, your mic, your feed cuts out a fair bit. Like you'll be speak, and it like just goes like that a bit. It was so funny when you were trying to do that really nice bit about like.
Yeah, it was so horrible.
It was cutting out, and then we were like, "You're cutting out, Michael," and then you started speaking like, "No, I'm not. It's all fine." And then that was totally clear. And the second you started,
it sounded so nice as well. You were like.
Odeysus is so like well spoken and quite calm.
And it was like I've been down and I say, "Oh, go." And I was like, "Is he speaking?" I was like, "Is he speaking Orcish to her? What the fuck is he doing?" I was like, "Oh,
that would have been such a good character moment, just like random Orcish, just be like, "Oh, is that comforting for you? Huh?"
Michael, did you get your character's name from Odyssey to the West?
What was that? Sorry.
Did you get your character's name from Odyssey to the West?
No.
One thing I do love is how posh this party is, and then there's just Max and Nicole like, hello.
One thing, hey, I'm going to say this now to the party. Stop being so fucking nice to each other. You're all like best friends immediately. I ain't liking this. I ain't used to this.
Okay, where we were pointing guns
I ain't used to. I'm not used to every part I've ever played with. They've always been like, edgy and like, why do you want to know so much about me? Stay away. I got my own backstory. Everyone here's been like, do you want to know the story of my life? And they've been like, oh, of course. Oh, you're such an interesting person. All of you are so lovely. I was like, this isn't it. This isn't Dungeons.
We've played too many D&D campaigns, mate. We just want a nice party now. We just want to chill.
Ian, after the campaign we just finished, we want nice times.
Yeah.
We got to balance it. I'm going to come back in the game and like the first thing I'm going to do is punch Valericia in the face just because Ian wants conflict.
If you punch me in the face, I swear to God, I will hunt you down.
Yes, this is what I want.
Are you talking about like Michael or?
Is this what happens when we don't play with Troy? Is this we need Troy for this? We need the Americans to bring the conflict.
Is everyone back and being peed yet?
Being peed?
Yeah, just went pee.
Just went pee.
Right.
I want to say one thing first before we start. And I've immediately forgot what it was. Never mind.
Thank you very much for your.
Ian, you say I'm bad. What the fuck was that?
No, you're Max.
I had something.
You cannot use one. In my head. You cannot use one example against 1,000 examples. You're bad at doing that.
Wait.
No.
I was say that no one else has seen it, but then I forgot that we streamed. So
he literally went to go use something for his own aid. And destroyed his own argument with the very thing he was arguing against.
Wow.
Yeah, totally on brand for Max.
Yeah.
Like that, you're consistent, Max, and that's what I love about you.
Oh, I remembered what I was going to say.
What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, I don't really, apart from you and Max, I don't really know everyone else. Therefore, I don't feel comfortable being mean to people I don't know.
I'll tell you what.
Excellent immunity, got it.
As Max can tell you, that'll be over very soon.
Michael's used to it, and the first time I ever met Michael, we were playing like Dying Light or something together, and at first I was very much like you, and then within an hour I was shitting on him. So you'll get used to it.
I remember when you joined D&D. When you joined D&D, you were such a nice boy, playing as such a nice character, and I'm like what happened? But
you guys,
where did it go so wrong?
I could really show my true self.
Right.
You released the beast.
So we'll go back to the game.
Okay.
Burnie is just sneaking into the bandit camp. You guys are all just kind of like, I'd say like, you won't be able to see the camp, but you can hear it, but not discern any voices. Valericia is currently, it'll make some details out of the camp, but not a lot. So Burnie, you're sneaking into the camp.
Yes, I am.
So we'll take everyone out of the camp. so far. Right. So, you get to about here, and you can see there. Can you see the map? Yeah.
Oh, that's sick. Yeah.
Oh my god, map! Woo!
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's Liz. It's little Liz.
Sorry, I was really excited then when I saw a map.
So, Barney, you get pretty near the camp, but not into it yet. You do see there are 3 guards. 2 are in front of this kind of like wooden spike post, and they both kind of stand there, kind of chatting back and forth, a little bit of banter here and there. There is an archer behind the spike post, just kind of shouting the area. Obviously, not seeing you because you're completely invisible. Anything else you want to do?
Yeah.
But I say you can see 3 tents in the middle. There is a center tent, and behind all the tents there is like a shack-type shed.
I'm gonna go into the middle tent.
You should try and go past them to the middle tent, yeah?
Yep.
Can you make a stealth check for me? Because while you're invisible, you're not invisible to sound.
Do I have advantage because I am invisible?
No.
Okay. Worth a shot. Natural 1.
Oh.
No.
Oh my god.
So, as Burnie goes, I'm sneaky as shit, walks, hits his foot off a small rock and goes, ow! All the guards just kind of like stand up straight and like, what the hell was that? Actually, hold on, let me look at the invisibility spell. No, it's only if you make an action, it's not if you...
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought if you hit something, yeah. So you're very still now. Everyone else, even you, like the members of the party hear Burnie go, ow! What do you want to do now?
So obviously this is the. Well, I mean, yeah. It's not the first time Burnie's done this. Of course, he's done this plenty. But he panics. Is there a fireplace ahead of me?
In the middle of the camp, yes.
How far away is it?
It's about like 10 or so feet away.
I cast fireworks on it.
Let me.
So the target explodes with dazzling display of colors. Each creature within 10 feet of the target must succeed a Constitution saving throw or become blinded until the end of the
Okay,
next
I'll
turn.
have to roll Constitution saving throw for that archer. How he rolled about 11. Does that beat your DC?
2 seconds. Yep.
Yep.
Oh no!
God.
No, it doesn't. No, it
Oh
doesn't.
my god, Max, you need to so yeah, the fire behind him starts to kind of furl a little bit. A big bang happens. This archer is now blind and kind of like The rest of the bandits kind of turned around to face him, like, and they're trying to shake him back. So they're all kind of cornering, trying to keep him like stable and stuff like that. And everybody's kind of yelling. There's a lot of yelling going on, and another bandit comes around the corner and like, is everything all right? What's happening? We think David's blind, and they'll just try to like shake him and try to keep him awake. What else do you want to do?
I'm just gonna fucking sprint to the middle tent while everyone's panicking.
So the only way for you to get to the middle tent is to go through these 3 people who are kind of clustered around. To get through them, you'll have to like kind of like walk by them very, very slightly. Can you
Okay.
make an acrobatics check for me?
19.
19. So yeah, you're able to kind of slide past them and get to the middle of the camp. The middle tent is just kind of lying open. What do you want to do?
I want to head inside.
You go inside. Opening the tent, looking down, you see there's a massive bear rug kind of fur. And at the bottom there's a 4-poster bed in there. And there is a table, but there's like nothing really on there at all.
Okay.
If you look off to your side, you'll notice there is a massive, massive woman. Blonde hair, just kind of put in a braid. She has a massive axe in her hand. She's just sitting there sharpening it, looking down.
Can I see what else is in the room? If there's any sort of like scrolls or
Make
anything
an
like
investigation
that
check for me, please.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. So you're able to look around. Do you notice that the table does have a drawer on it, but it is locked by a key. so you're not able to get into it, but you like. Obviously, you'd think there's stuff in there. Looking around the rest of the room, there's not a lot. The bed just looks kind of disheveled and not really made all that well. And where they're sitting there, the woman is just like sitting there with a whetstone, just sharpening her axe.
Can I see a key on her by any chance?
If you look at her, no. Just as she looks right now, no.
I would like to. I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cast the cantrip Dancing Lights at the front, like at the door frame type bit of the tent. You know what I mean, like the flaps. So that way she gets up and goes towards it.
Yeah, you kind of cast a bunch of lights just kind of appear, and she sees them. Look, she picks up her, throws away the whetstone, grabs her axe with both hands, and just kind of takes a deep breath, almost kind of growling, and just kind of walks towards the door and just kind of puts her axe straight through the lights and just through the other side of the tent, rips the fabric, and her axe hits the ground.
Can I see the keys on her now that she's gotten up?
No.
I'd like to then.
She takes the axe out of the ground, comes out towards the middle of the camp. Something's going on. Everyone, high alert! And you see all the bandits start to like kind of get themselves together. They're all just kind of like getting more into more position. You see this archer kind of gets taken to a tent. And where's my other archer? Gets brought forward. What do you want to do? I'll say, Valericia, you do hear a kind of raised voices and that coming from the camp right now.
Okay, am I in a tree that's like just near the rest of the group, or have I like wandered off and then climbed into a tree?
You're near the rest of the group still. So you can't see like a lot of stuff in the camp, but you can hear a lot more. So you hear like.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, you cut out a wee bit for me. I wasn't sure if you were done talking. So like I kind of like, if I speak says, I kind of like put my like sit on the tree, like the thick branch bit that I'm like kind of crouching on to like try and get a look, and I wrap my legs and then I kind of like go upside down and like dangle, and I look at the little group and I'm like, guys, there's something going on. There's like a huge commotion happening inside the camp. I don't know if Burnie's done something.
I'm not going to lie, I don't really know what we were meant to be expecting.
I'm going to assume Burnie's done something.
Burnie's being there.
The owl is shouting that something's going on, and yeah.
Might be a good idea to press on, darlings.
I think so.
Well, yeah, it's time to run interception.
Let's make a decision now. Are we going into fight or are we going to talk?
We could do one then the other.
Maybe let's try to talk first, and if
Talk
talking
then
doesn't
fight.
work. Yes, I agree with Venis.
Are you guys just walking straight up to the camp then?
I guess so, yeah.
Open hands and all that, yeah. Or weapons.
Hands are open, but he's definitely like about to cast the spell the minute he sees a group of them.
Anybody else? Anybody else?
But Odeysus is going in. He's definitely like playing up the elderly old priest man, like not harmful at all.
Starling?
No, completely harmless.
Weapon out or
Going
just...
in, I've got my weapons away, so I'm not currently holding anything. But I'm ready to throw an Eldritch Blast if needs be.
Valericia?
So I know you said the tree I was in doesn't really give me any idea to the camp. Are any trees that are closer to like the walls and shit? Can I get any vantage point of sight?
So there are trees around the camp. You can try and climb up one of them if you want to. If you're going to climb up one of them, can I get you to make a stealth check for me, please, and an athletics check?
Yeah. So my plan is to climb up a tree and like kind of have my arrow ready, but not like. Okay, so stealth 19. Athletics. Do I add anything onto that? Stealth check was 17.
So yeah, you're able to climb up the tree. Where do you want to climb up the tree so you can either do it like over this area or kind of like to the left or more next to your guys?
So like more next to the rest of the group, but I'm like, so like I can still see them, still have a kind of clear shot of the enemies, and just kind of have like an arrow ready. So like if anything
Cool.
happens, I can just shoot it.
Yeah, you've got an arrow knocked, and you're kind of keeping focused on all of it. You guys step out of the woods, and the guards see you and go, "Stop right there!"
Righty.
Whoa,
So you guys, so
Could
it's-
I cast a spell?
2 seconds. You see 3 guards with kind of like one with a longsword, 2 with kind of spears, all point towards you. There's an archer who's knocked his bow right behind there, and you can see another kind of bigger figure behind there, but you're not able to discern what they look like. What's the spell you want to cast?
How far away am I from them, Ian?
About 10 to 15 feet. I'd say 15 feet.
Excellent. Venis would like to hold up his hands and just be like, we're just here to talk, and then smack bang in the middle of them, I'd like to cast Calm Emotions.
Do you want to explode to
Ooh,
calm
that's
emotions?
clever.
Calm emotions. So you attempt to suppress motion each human on 20 feet. Creature
Genuinely thought you were going to do a
chooses
fireball
to
for some
fulfill
reason.
the wishes of creatures. Which one of the following effects? Okay, so a charisma saving throw.
Charisma saving throw from all of them.
Shit. The 4th one. Fuck this dice. They all. What was the DC? It's not
16.
Nah, they fucking failed. I don't know why I asked. So yeah, they all seem to fail and just kind of like. So what is the 2? You want this? It can do 2 effects.
Um,
Do you want?
yeah, I want them to be indifferent to
Cool.
us. Like they're not hostile to us at the moment.
Cool. It's no problem at all. So yeah, they go. All right.
Are we all right to approach for a chat?
Maybe for a chat, yes, to figure out who you are. Maybe not. Yeah, so you're able to get. You guys are all able to get a little bit closer.
Venis turns to the others and just nods in that kind of way of, I've definitely fucking done something. Now it's kind of your go.
Giving him like a little nod, like, nice work. And yeah, just walk forward. Like, well, this is a nice place you chaps have here. We're just here to have a little friendly chat, if that's all fine by yourselves.
No. Yeah. What's up?
Well, I've heard there's been a little bit of commotion in town. We just wondered what the scoop was.
After speaks.
Seems enterprising fellows like yourself.
That's the boss's business. We don't. You just That's her business. We don't talk about that to her.
And what is your boss's name?
And you see a gigantic woman, like 6'5", steps forward, the blonde hair and the braid, massive fur cloak, brandishing a massive axe. Talia.
Well, hello, Talia, my dear. So I understand that you're leading this merry troop. Is that correct?
I am.
Well, I must say I'm quite impressed.
Did you come here to give compliment, or is there a reason for this visit?
I mean, there's never a reason to not give someone a compliment. But yes, we're here just to ask a few questions, just about the whole business that's been happening in the town recently. We picked up on a few things. We're just kind of curious.
What business are you talking about?
Well, we'd heard there's been some groups coming through, causing a bit of a stir. We're just interested to meet the people responsible and,
We know nothing of that. We're simple hunters.
Right, well, I mean, obviously, even if we were, if you were the people, we're not here to cause any trouble to yourselves. We're just here to, potentially even work together. You see our band here, that's this little merry troop, we're, I guess you could say soldiers of fortune. We make our way through the world, We see something, we take it. I'm sure you can understand that. So, many hands make light work. Sure, we could accomplish something great if you were the people we were looking for. If not, if you know where to look, we can take our resources and our skills, our manpower, our capital, and provide a wonderful service to them. It's not the first time we've done such a thing.
I have enough men needed for what I need them for. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you may have to leave now. Or you'll be escorted away.
But do you have men with magical abilities? That can be the clincher to really gaining some power. It's as a simple business transaction between you and I. We're both professionals. You understand these sorts of things, I'm sure. You seem an intelligent woman.
I have what I need.
And what is it that you need?
I don't like how many questions you're asking.
I'd just like to know that,
Venis,
I'm dealing with the right caliber.
Venis leans into Starling and he's just like, "You've got 20 seconds, dear."
Okay, I'll make it quick. Well, as I said, we're here just to make the most things and, to help people. This is what we do. We go through the world and we help people, fellow soldiers of fortune like yourselves. We were just here to see whether there was anything we could do. You seem to be up to the sort of caliber that we like to work with.
Roll persuasion.
That is all we were looking to see. Okay. I'm good as fuck at persuading. Oh, that's good. 19.
Look. You do look like the kind of people that we would hire. And I would like to if I had any more money to do so. Or if I had any more plan to do so, but I do have other work coming up, so maybe I'll keep your name in mind, huh? Where could I find
Of course, and we're happy to. Well, we're currently staying in the town, but if you have a particular meeting place you'd like us to come to, we can come there, and we are willing to work on, let's say, on credit, good faith.
And how did you get my...
Well, honestly, blind luck. We'd heard there were some people causing some troubles, and I said to my troop, this sounds like the sort of chaps that we like to deal with. We all agreed. We did a little bit of snooping, found out that there was a camp out here, and figured we'd come and investigate, see if we could conduct a little business meeting like we're conducting now.
Well, I do not need your help now, so my men will escort you back to town.
No problem. No need to take up your time with your men. We can find our own way back. We won't want to trouble you.
Men, make sure these people find their way back to town.
Okay, not a problem at all.
Two kind of step forward and start to kind of follow you guys back.
Odysseus just looks at the
Do you
others.
guys do you guys turn your back on them, or did you keep looking at them?
I'll keep looking at them, but I'll look just over towards Venis, as in now.
Venis is just shrugs because obviously his spell is over, but thankfully Starling is a fucking awesome talker.
As I'm walking backwards, I just go, I'm greatly looking forward to doing business with you, my dear. We're going to accomplish a lot. I just know it. And I just turn and start walking back.
So you turn your back on the bandits, yeah?
Yeah. So I'm kind of walking alongside Venis at this point, just that kind of leaning and stuff.
Yeah,
keeping an eye out on him.
These bandits bring you guys to the edge of camp, and then just kind of let you guys walk off into the forest, and they turn their backs and start walking back to camp. Sorry, while we're sitting there, Valericia, you do hear all that. You see them kind of turn away and back. Burnie, you do hear all that as well. What do you want to do?
So, Burnie.
Sorry. Valericia, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just going to say, I'll start climbing down the tree, but I'll still remain, vigilant of the situation.
Mm-hmm. Burnie, just while I'm asking, what did you cast invisibility, yeah?
Yes.
It's just plain old invisibility? Okay, let's make sure. Cool, so what do you want to do?
For an hour.
Yeah, so...
Burnie, trying to prove himself, goes to the lock cabinet, and he casts knock.
Okay, so you go back into the.
I was in there the whole time.
Whole time.
I
Okay,
never
that's
left
fine.
it. Yeah, I never left it.
Cool. So you go back. You go to the desk. You just go up to the lock cabinet and just go. And you hear, and you're now able to open the drawer.
I will say though, when you cast the spell, a loud knock audible from as far as 300 feet emanates from the target.
Okay, that's fine.
So as I do that, I grab everything that I can.
Okay.
And I try to slip out from like, not from the front, but you know how tents are. There's like wee gaps between the floor and the fabric.
Okay, so you're trying to like smuggle underneath with all the letters and stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you roll a stealth check for me, please? With disadvantage, please.
Oh no.
Because you do have a lot of audible paper in your hand.
Ooh, 16.
16? Cool, no problem at all. You able to successfully kind of get under the. Actually, I'll roll perception for her. That's terrible. And that's terrible. Does not matter. I'm going to use the big dice. So yeah, you're able to kind of scamper away back into the forest to see the other side of them. You have the letters in your hand. What do you want to do with it?
I'm going to take the long way around. I'm going to see if I can catch up with them.
So you're going to try and catch up, so okay. Yeah, so you're able to kind of... I'd say you're able to kind of run around. But Valericia was still getting down from the tree. And you're invisible still around them at the edge of the camp. About like 5 minutes away from the camp, so you can't hear or see anything in the camp anymore. What do you want to do?
I turn off the invisibility
Sorry,
and I go...
you guys do see a bunch of paper come floating towards you guys.
On.
What the actual fuck?
I no longer am invisible and I go, look what I found.
Excellent. Should we keep walking
Very
before they find those missing?
Yes, let's walk and talk rather quickly.
I
Would
don't
be
know
rather
what any of
prudent,
this
yes.
is, though.
Are you guys going to keep heading back to town?
Let's maybe just get out of maybe
Let's
like
get
a
out of
5-minute
these
walk from the camp and then stop and collect.
Yes.
Sorry,
I agree.
what did you say there?
Well, maybe just get like 5 minutes from the camp
Yeah,
and then stop.
you're 5 minutes from the camp already.
All right, okay.
I just look at everyone and go, well,
The fireworks thing didn't.
so we have something of a ways in now, so they're not going to be instantly hostile to us if they see us again.
Suppose that's a start.
Well, glad I could help.
Yes, you saved my ass with that, so thank you very much.
I can't do it again at the moment, but maybe
Well,
tomorrow.
that's fine. As far as I can see, we only really needed to do it the once. But we now have a sort of a ways in with this group. If Charlie then does come to us with more work, well, we can then figure out a way to, well, I suppose circumvent the job. Pretend we've done it. Go back, say we've done it, build some trust, get some more info, and then, who knows? Maybe spring a trap.
I mean, the question that I've got is that, I mean, if we've got abilities like, I mean, Venis, you seem to have some sort of way of charming people, right? Is there any way that you just do that to their leader and have her walk back to town? Does it work like that?
We could charm the bloody lot of them. I mean, whilst they were under that spell, they were not certainly hostile to us. My problem is if you don't make a bloody good impression within that minute, things can turn rather nasty after the minute's up. But luckily, Starling has a bloody good... don't mind me saying, but you've got a bloody good tongue on you. Speaking not from experience in that man. But, you know, it's a good thing. However, like I said, I'll be able to do that again for the rest of the day.
Well, I spent a lot of time with socialites. You learn how to charm and schmooze with people. So between that and your, frankly, life-saving spell, I think we've gotten in. We may not have to worry about them for the time being. They're aware of us, and they'll keep us in their minds for potential future work. So right now, we're not a threat, but a potential ally.
Here's one
From here.
This maybe this isn't as big a deal to everybody else, but you're suggesting that we have this, which is meaning this is possibly going to be a longer operation than we would have expected for a job that only pays 20 gold.
It may only pay 20 gold, but can you really put a price on innocent lives being saved?
No, not at all. But at the same time, we have. This is a long operation for minimal. I'm being realistic.
No, I totally understand. The way I see it is, this may be a longer operation, but it may yield higher rewards. They may not be the only people working in this area. If we can then cut off the head of the snake, the rest will die. More people may be inclined to reward us for our services, and then that way everybody benefits.
I would be
Might
kind
be-
inclined to agree.
Might be wise to maybe broach the subject of what trouble we've heard they've caused next time. Because at some point we're going to have to rip that particular thing off, aren't we?
Yes, I didn't want to go straight in with it just
Oh,
in
no.
case they suddenly thought, oh, they're here asking questions. But, just coming at it from a quote-unquote business
Bloody did
perspective.
fucking marvellous, I'll be honest with you.
Oh, thank you. Again, you learn how to schmooze and blow smoke up someone's ass when you spend your time around vapid socialites.
Remember, I got information.
You did.
Yes, we
And
will
we
have
do
a
need
look
to look at those, actually.
Should we
When
find
we all sit down, have something to eat, and we can read over.
Yeah, so if we hole ourselves up somewhere with walls, somewhere safe, and then we have a little read.
Okay, so I'll just say it's about 1 or 2 in the afternoon right now. Are you guys want to head back to town?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sounds like the best idea.
You guys start making I won't make you roll survival because you pretty much can remember where you're going and walking back. I'll just say when you're walking back about 15 minutes away from camp, about 5 minutes away from town, you do pass a man who's looking quite like he's got good attire on, like a good piece of leather armor, and a nice longsword by his side. He just kind of passes you and just kind of gives you a nod.
Does he have a scar over his eye?
No. Huh. He has a nice kind of like mustache that goes past his lips.
Does he have any recognisable sort of heraldry on him?
Not you do see like a sort of like badge. You would say like on his chest. But you're not entirely sure what it's for.
Afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Hunting?
No, just going for a walk. I'll say he's human. Sorry, meant to ask that. Say that.
Well, I'll be fairly careful. There's some unsavory types in these woods. I would heavily recommend walking elsewhere.
I'm sure I'll be fine. Thank you for the regards to my safety, but I'll be fine. He just continues to walk. Is anybody else want to say anything to him?
Is he walking in the direction of the camp?
He seems to be walking into the woods. It's hard to tell where he's going at this point, but
Could I try and see if I could glimpse what's on the badge that he's wearing?
roll history for me, please.
History. Oh.
Mhm.
Yeah. That would be. Oh, what is history? 17.
17. So looking at it and just kind of like you got a glimpse of it, but then you like, try to stop and focus on it a little bit more. You do think about it and you go, that does match actually for the towns you've been in. That does match the badge of bailiff.
I'm take a look as we're going past. I immediately just reach a hand out and just slap the tiefling boy in the arm. Go, Dad, that's the bailiff.
Excuse me, sir.
You see, he goes, yes.
Do you happen to be the bailiff of this town?
Yes, I do. Do you hate to see me or something?
As a matter of fact, yes. So, first off, I would wish to offer my heartfelt condolences, we do understand, but we are currently on the job, as it were, to help track down your daughter's killers.
Took the alderman's job then, didn't you?
Yes.
Bastard. I told them not to bother with it. My men will deal with it, and they are dealing with it. So I would like it if you could take the job and throw it in the bin and not bother with it.
But we do have something of a lead, and we think we have a ways in and a way to catch the culprit. Would you consider a freelance collaboration?
No. I don't
Okay.
like your type. The type of bottom feeders that walk around and scrape off the living of other people's misery. Leave it to the actual proper authorities to deal with the situation.
Beg your pardon, sir, but from the looks of things, the proper authorities aren't doing anything.
You see, he looks at Valerica with a cold stare. And, like, you'd almost think he would go for his sword with this kind of stare. We are dealing with it. And if you haven't left town by tomorrow morning, I'll make sure you stay the rest of the time in a jail cell.
Sorry, are you threatening us?
We're not currently
Are you-
breaking any laws, sir,
Are you
so...
questioning the bailiff?
With all due respect, sir, we're only trying to help you with your situation. I don't think you understand the severity of your situation right now.
I want you out of my town by tonight. Is that understood?
Valerica just kind of takes one step towards them with, like, an angry look, but
You
not
see,
like
he puts
he's
his hands.
angry.
He puts his hands on his sword, but he's not pulled it out yet.
Venis steps in front of everybody, like basically putting himself between the group and this guy who looks like he's going for his sword. Absolutely understandable, crystal clear, dear. We shall head on to our other business.
Out of town tonight. You see, he just turns
Well-
around. He turns around and starts walking away.
Loud and clear, sir.
Well, I would have assumed he wanted to catch his daughter's killers, but I guess he wants to let them go free. And just start
He's
walking off.
grieving. Grief makes people too emotional.
No excuse to be an arsehole.
Yeah,
Oh, I was
there's
going
no
to say,
excuse for trying to arrest us on.
excuses and reasons go hand in hand.
Should we go and see what Burnie managed to pull up? Because I'd say that he did a bloody good job in getting some info.
Yes,
Hopefully.
I suppose that's the best thing right now.
Are you guys going back to the tavern just to make sure?
I think tavern is a good shout, in my opinion, but what's everyone else?
Just making sure.
I'm down to go
Oh,
back.
so.
Tavern's where the food is.
Cool, yeah, you guys go back to the tavern, the Daft Dog. Same tavern owners behind there, just like there seems to be a couple of more people in the tavern here or there. There's like, it just seems to be townsfolk just mulling about. Nobody seems to be like, nobody's like, it's not a big happening place. It's more like everybody's just kind of sitting there quickly, eating a meal or drinking on their own. There's a couple people by the tavern just kind of sit. There's one man just sat there talking to the tavern owner himself. He's in a black cloak. The hood isn't up. He let the hood down. Black ponytail. And just kind of having whispered words with the tavern owner. You guys come in. You guys sit at a table.
Yeah.
And you see the tavern owner goes, with you in just 1 second, people.
Take your time, sir.
You guys at the table? What do you want to do?
I like look at everybody and I like quickly like do the like mirror thing with my like fingers, so everyone kind of leans in, and I go, "Do you see that man that the barkeep is talking to?"
The shifty looking fella.
I wonder.
Yes, he does seem to be having some rather hushed words.
What is it that you wonder?
I just
Who
wonder
he
what they're
is?
talking about. Who
Oh,
he
right.
is exactly. I may go up and order a drink, see if I can eavesdrop a little bit.
I mean, Burnie, I'm actually quite interested in sitting down and seeing what papers you managed to find.
So yeah.
Finally, someone's appreciating the work I've done.
Well, of course. Would you like me to buy you a drink for it if they turn out to be really bloody useful?
I don't drink.
You don't drink?
Water, something nice, some food.
I would appreciate.
Well, yes. I mean, you've
my,
done.
my favorite of meals. So I'll have some boiled chicken, please.
Sounds like a bloody good deal to me. We'll see if these are useful.
Are you going up to the bar, Venis, to go ask?
No.
Or
No, he's just
waiting for them.
he's gonna read the papers first and then see what
It's
we've
fine.
got.
Valerica, are you going up to the bar?
Yes, I want to go up to the bar.
So you go up to the bar, and you see the man and the taverner are talking. Do you want to try and eavesdrop in their conversation? Yeah.
Yeah.
Roll perception for me, please. D20.
Hold on, I need to my character sheet. Perception.
That's fine.
14.
14. So with that, you're not able to discern a lot. You just hear them say the word tonight and shipment. It's just kind of all you hear from that.
Okay.
And then you see he gives a nod. He gives a nod to the person he was talking to, and the person he's talking to walks by you, and he goes, and kind of gives you a wink as he walks by you. As he walks by and gives you a wink and draws you, you just know he's got a really nice kind of clean shaven face and just sort of looks. Even though he's giving off the guile of being like a nice guy, you can tell he's just kind of a sleazy kind of not too trustworthy guy, and just exits the tavern. The barkeep comes up to you and goes, what can I get you?
Sorry, this is just a side note. The way you worded that, it reminds me of that meme of the guy, and he says, he goes, "Oh no, he's hot." He's like a bad guy. I look at the barkeep and I'm like, some meat, please.
Just for you, or
I'll hold round for the table. And Rebecca looks back at the table.
that's fine. He gives you 5 cups, pours meat into them. It's like only like a little kind of cup. That would just be 8 gold, please.
I hand over the gold.
Cool. He hands over and just kind of puts it in a drawer underneath and shoves it away. I'll be over in just a second. Sorry, I've just got to go deal with something in the back office.
Valerica raises one eyebrow and goes, "Oh, sure, take your time." And she kind of like looks him up and down before returning back to the table.
That's fine. He just kind of backs off into the office. You go back to the table and put the drinks down.
I bought everyone a drink. I hope that's all right with everyone.
I
What?
don't drink.
Oh, I do apologise, Burnie.
Bernie, I've got a water skin if you needed. Would you like me to fill you drink yours and fill your water cup with water rather?
Oh, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Not an issue.
So yeah, you take his cup. I'll say you just kind of like tip it out on the floor if you want to do that, and then just like fill it with water. Do you read over?
I was just gonna split it between everyone.
That's fine. Do you just read the notes, please?
Yeah.
So you take notes of Burnie and start reading through them. You find that they're actually letters, and they seem to be from that woman Talia. And they seem to be like letters of like, they're not long letters. They're small letters of just like where to meet and stuff like that, and like where to like, where should they like find each other and whatnot. And you just see that they are sent to a G.
Find anything interesting?
A lot of letters that are from this.
It's strange. They're all talking about like meeting places and things like that.
Quick question, Ian. Do I get the impression that these are kind of business, or is this like,
Seems more
or are we, or does it seem a bit more personal?
the other personal choice. It's a bit more personal and a bit more like romantical, you could say.
To G.
To G.
Could
Interesting.
Be that larger woman that we saw.
Did we catch her name?
Talia, the
Yes, Talia's her name.
No, I mean the other person who it's being written to. That G person.
Be Grace.
It could be Grace,
Could be.
but we
Or
don't know
could
that for
the big-
certain.
But could the big woman's name also start with a G, like
Yeah,
it starts with a T.
Gertrude?
Her name is Talia. We found this out, Burnie, at the camp.
I was
What?
inside the tent. I didn't really hear a whole.
Right.
That makes sense.
The big woman's called Talia, and she's sending letters of a semi-romantic nature to a G. And so far, the only person we know whose bloody name is G is
Grace.
Well, what if we
Great.
ask the barkeep if there's anyone else whose name starts with a G, and then we rally them all up, and then we ask them if they know a Talia, and then yeah.
Don't think it's going to be that simple, Burnie.
I like the first part of the
Chicken
plan.
in that.
Sorry,
Chicken in
Odysseus.
What about? We don't even know the bailiff's name. His name could start with a G. He was walking into the woods and seemed very on edge about us looking into this.
That is a possibility.
Are you assuming that the bailiff killed Zondo?
It's a wild theory, but it's not
I
impossible.
mean, if the daughter is having relations with a bandit, it's
I mean, not only a bandit, but hold on. Before I say this, what is this place's stance on same-sex relationships? Do they not care, or is it like a strictly forbidden thing?
It's kind of like the real world. It's kind of like a
Right.
thing of like most people would accept it, but there would be some
Yeah, it's
some people who are complete pieces of shit.
Okay. I mean, there's always the possibility that maybe her family weren't very supportive. If this was a relationship between Grace and Talia,
He didn't
There's
seem
a-
like patient of gentlemen when it came to
Yeah, it didn't
imagine
seem
he-
particularly tolerant.
family on this.
Venis pats Burnie on the back and goes, "Right, I'm gonna get everyone dinner. What does everyone want? I know you want chicken, Burnie, yes?
Yes, boiled chicken, please.
Boiled chicken, excellent. Anyone else?
can I
Is-
just
No, go
Sorry.
ahead. Sorry.
can I just please have some berries or something, like a side of berries?
No worries.
Do they have a menu here?
I was going to ask.
I can head to the bar and order ours, and then just see if they've got a menu.
That would be handy. I don't know quite what the local cuisine is like around here.
No worries. Venis goes to the bar. He orders what?
So you walk up to the bar and the barkeep isn't actually back yet.
Oh.
It says there's no one at the bar. Do you all wait a couple of minutes, yeah?
Yeah, he waits very,
Cool.
very patiently.
You see the barkeep come back out and he kind of rushes back out and goes, "Sorry, I was just dealing with something in the back. Sorry, what's it you're wanting?"
Oh, not an issue. I was just after. You wouldn't happen to have a couple of, I don't know, pieces of paper with what you do on, or is this more a ask and see if you do it kind of thing?
You mean food?
Yes, food.
I've got a couple of big steak pies in the back. I've got a gammon steak if you want that, and some other bits and bobs. Nothing too crazy. And
Nothing too crazy,
Drinks a selection. I've got mead, vodka, and a little bit of Dust Vale whiskey.
Whew. Love it. Out of curiosity, you don't have any chicken or anything, do you?
No, that's all.
No, nothing.
Nothing like that.
Not an issue. Sorry, go on.
Nothing. You continue. Sorry.
Oh, I'll go and let the others know, and then we'll see if we can get food all together.
Oh, okay. No problem. I'll just be here.
No worries, thank you. Venis wanders back to the table.
You see, he just kind of takes a deep breath as you leave, and just kind of wanders over and just starts filling out a book that's behind the counter.
Venis has that smile, the same smile that he had on when he first met Burnie.
Venis, did he say why he took so long by any chance?
He was in the back, sorting something, and he seemed rather relieved to see me go. I mean, it's always a pleasure watching me leave, darling, but this time it wasn't in that usual manner.
That's a bit strange.
Odysseus is going to lean round and see, is the barkeep still there, or has he went into the
Yeah,
back?
you know, the barkeep is still there. He's just writing in a book. This on the bar. He's just writing in a book right now.
In case I don't see it, let me know when he goes into the back again.
Not an issue. Burnie, sorry to say, they don't have chicken here. That's a bloody awful thing. They've got.
I'll just deal with that.
When we're out and about and we find somewhere that does it, I'll definitely treat you to that meal.
Thank you very much.
Do they have any seafood? I'm quite partial to some seafood.
No, the most I got out of them was steak pies, bit of gammon, bits and bobs.
Oh.
What exactly is bits and bobs? That's what I'm thinking.
Usually pottage in these parts, dear.
Oh, I see.
What's pottage?
Oh, you shove a load of shit in a pot and whether it's stew or whatever comes out.
Oh, literally,
Well, I suppose a pie.
Steak pie doesn't sound too bad. I'm more than happy to give that a try.
That sounds good.
Yes,
Good.
might have to share them, but yes.
That's fine with me. Venis, do you want to go up and order, or would you like me to do it?
By all means, you can go and do it if you fancy having another chat with the barman.
If that's all right, I have something I have to check for myself.
Absolutely fine, dear.
That's great. Valericia gets up from the table and slowly makes her way back to the bar.
Cool. Yeah, you make your way back to the bar. The barkeep just kind of, as you come up, he closes the book and just places both his hands on top of it. Can I get you something, miss?
Yes. Valericia kind of darts her eyes from the barman's face to the book and then back at the barman.
Mm-hmm.
Can we just have a couple of steak pies for our table, please?
Steak pies. Yeah. I'll get them started to heat up in the oven. He just kind of takes the book off the counter and goes, "I just need to go get that started." He puts the book in a drawer and just closes it, and just walks behind the where the back office is.
Thank you, sir.
Like I said, I just want to say that there are other people in the tavern.
Yeah, I'm aware. Valericia looks kind of looks at the drawer with the look of something's got to be in that book. But she decides to walk back to the table.
Cool. You walk back to the table and just sit down.
Yeah.
Odysseus, you were wanting to know, you do also see him go back into the thing after Valericia orders.
As soon as he disappears, I'm just going to lean in and go, I can't be the only one wondering why that shifty, especially with the fellow with the big black. He's went into the back. I want to know what. So,
Yes,
unless anyone else has got any grab bright ideas, I could put on the wandering old man helper. Just wander back and see what's there. Anyone else got any better ideas?
But that man, he was writing in a book when I went up, and he was very adamant that I didn't see what was in it. He closed it and put both his hands on top. I found that rather strange, but he sat it in a drawer behind the bar.
Venis looks around to make sure that people aren't listening to them, and he's just nosing, and he just leans in, and he kind of says it kind of casually as he's sort of scratching his chin, and he's just, I think we need to talk to the bandit leader and be a bit more transparent, because I've got a funny feeling that all is not well here.
True. I also think potentially having a look in the back would be a good idea.
Odysseus, I rather like your idea.
It is a great idea.
Or perhaps Burnie can use his very nice trick once.
I may also have a plan.
What is your plan?
Well, all taverns must have some sort of back entrance for loading things in and out, right?
Surely it must be locked or guarded or something, though.
If it's guarded, well, I'm sure we can deal with that. But locked? I think I have a way around that.
Well, I definitely don't see any harm in checking.
We would have to keep people's attention to the main room. Does anyone have any idea for a good distraction to keep people's attention here?
Burnie?
Venis looks at
Burnie.
Burnie.
Yeah, I imagine it's all heads just turn to Burnie.
Everyone just like, everyone just turns to look at me. He's like, "Where's my chicken?"
Well, Mr.
Yeah,
Yard,
he's
what do you say?
so Bernie's been like trying to decipher any more clues and stuff from the from the notes, and then he notices the silence, and he kind of looks up and he goes, what's everyone looking at?"
Burnie, I had a idea that maybe the people here would like perhaps a performance.
Oh,
It's very quiet.
um, mm, I
Come on, Burnie. The
might not
performance of a
think that's a
lifetime.
good idea.
Why would that be?
Might not be the type of performance that typically is what a bard does.
I mean, you played a
What a-
wonderful song earlier.
Yes, you're a
Mm,
fantastic musician.
Well, Vernie, if you like, I do play a little bit of the lute if I can find one. Maybe we can
No,
make a song.
you guys were gonna find out eventually one day when we, if we stuck together and we went to a more populated city, I guess.
Go on.
How much of a distraction are you guys wanting?
One big enough that maybe someone or a pair of us can maybe go look for a back door, or enough for Asterius to maybe check round the back. Just one to divert everyone's attention.
I'll see what I could do. And I'd like to. Is there like a stage area or something like that, Ian?
There is not, but there is like it's just that there's an area in the middle, kind of middle, where you could stand and make a performance.
Jane.
Okay.
Are you going to make? So you're going to do the performance. What's everybody else going to do?
I just look at him and I just go, so who wants to come to the back with me?
Oh, that's a bit forward, isn't it? No, I'm joking with you. I'll go with you. You might need a bit of muscle, and it's best if we split our two armor wearers, I think.
I'll
Yeah.
stay here and try and get the crowd.
Valerica?
I'm determined to see what's in that book, but
Okay.
I don't know if I can get to it.
Wes, what did you say you were going to do? Sorry.
I said I'm gonna stay here and just I'm gonna stay here and keep up appearances. So when they
Cool.
deliver the pies, the table isn't fucking empty.
That's fine. Okay, so Starling and Venis leave out the back. Burnie takes a stance in the middle. Burnie, what do you want to do?
So Bernie stands in the middle, and he clears his throat a couple times. He goes, "Ladies and gentlemen, from across the sea, it's Bernie." Oh shit! Hold on 1 second. I think my cat's about to pee on the couch. 1 second.
My favourite
Just
thing.
stra-
But there's a
what a
couple.
strange
I
name.
don't know if that's part of the bit. I honestly don't know if that's part of
No,
his bit.
no. My cat almost peed on the couch. I had to run and kick him off. Anyway,
I didn't know if that was part of his bit.
That couldn't have been timed better.
Even
No, that was-
even better for me is that Bernie's doing this standing in the middle so everyone can see him.
yes. It's Bernie Bremlin, and then Bernie kind of does a little jog round in a circle, and he goes, "Oh, hello everyone. My name is Bernie Bremlin, and I'm going to be your entertainment for the night." And he starts clapping.
You see everyone else just kind of looking at you as they're trying to eat their meals.
Odeysus is clapping like a madman, like yeah, like trying to get people going, like the one guy.
All right then. And then he pulls out his little notebook, and he opens up on a page, and he goes, "So, what's with these elves nowadays, huh?
Oh my god.
Them and their knife ears, thinking they're better than us, right?" And he's just looking around.
everyone is just kind of like trying to like look down and just try to like focus on their meal, and no one's really looking at you right now.
Can I have a quick look around the tavern, see who's there?
There is about 10 or so folk there. Some are eating, some are just kind of like sitting, just trying to like have a drink and have like a alone time, and they're all just trying to like look away from you right now and just try and make this the performance.
Are they all human?
Some are human. There's like one dwarf there who's just sitting drinking, but most of them are human.
Oh, hi there, sir. Where are you from?
Are you to speak to someone? Yeah.
Right to the dwarf.
Horseshoe.
Oh, do you travel far from Horseshoe? Oh shit. What's the best thing about Horseshoe? Surely can't be the food.
Who's buzzing? Is that Max?
I think so.
It sounds like Burnie's microphone is getting back.
I love how this is just the most tragic stand-up show.
You see the dwarf just goes, yeah, pleasure to meet you. And he gets up and dusts himself off and starts to go for the door.
And I just follow him. Oh, what is it you do for work?
Working one of the ships.
Surely it's not grabbing things from the top shelf then.
What'd you say to me?
And I turn to one of my party, and I go, and I just walk towards them, and I go, where are you from?
Do you want to say that to my fucking face? And he walks even closer up to this dwarf.
And I'm just gonna go, where have you traveled from?
You
far? And I'm pointing to my whole party.
Fucking elf! I'm gonna break your legs.
Well, I'll have you know.
Burnie, can you roll initiative, please?
Oh my god.
I mean, we wanted a distraction, I suppose.
So is Odeysus the only one of the people who
no.
are watching this, or is everybody else left? Or
Yep.
Well, not
Well,
that it matters.
No,
Not that it matters.
Valerica's also there, but she's trying to go for the book. What did you roll, Burnie?
Natural 1.
Doesn't matter our initiative, but
I know.
yeah. So he rolled 90, so he's gonna go first, and he's just gonna try and punch you straight in the dick because that's dick height. No, sorry, first. Does a 13 hit you?
1 second, my laptop's frozen. Yes, it does.
Okay. That's 5 points of damage as he just punches you correctly in the dick. Oh shit, I lost my dice. Does 18 hit you, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. As you bend over, like, he just jabs you straight in the face, doing 4 points of damage.
So 9 points of damage overall.
Yeah, and he just kind of pulled both his fists up and he's like, well, fucking say that again. Sit down, boy. Burnie?
I would like to...
Burnie, please.
What?
I was like, Burnie, please don't do what I think you're going to do.
What do you think I'm going to do?
Nothing, go ahead.
And I go... and I get back up. I put my hands on my knees and I'm kind of doubled over. I'm like, I stand back up and I go, what is this? Fight for women?
You want to do anything? Like, you want any attacks or anything? It's your turn.
I would like to... I'd like to healing word myself. So I'm basically regaining hit points equal to 1d4 plus your spellcasting ability.
That's fine. So yeah, you place a hand in you got your knees, you got your hands on your knees, and you just kind of a little bit of light kind of emanates from healing himself. Odeysus, you do see this happening. Notice he is healing himself.
Odeysus kind of just nods as in like he's impressed that this person's actually got all these magical tricks, and he's just kind of really interested in what the fuck this person is. But yeah, Odeysus is not getting involved.
Valerica?
I'm just kind of like watching this happen, and I'm also like, this is a good enough distraction, so I kind of like do a quick little sneaky walk to, like, not behind the bar, but I'm
Yeah.
standing like at the edge of it,
That's fine.
just kind of darting back and forth, making sure like I'm not being watched.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Burnie, so what are you doing? Max.
I'm gonna cast the first level spell of Tasha's Hideous Laughter on the dwarf.
Do you want to explain what that does, just so...
So, a creature of your choice that you can see within range perceives everything as hilariously funny and falls into fits of laughter
Wisdom saving.
if the spell affects it. Yeah, so it's a wisdom saving throw.
8.
That fails, I'm afraid, my friend.
So you look at him after he said, what do you say anything before this, or?
I get up and I go, you, all you dwarves are the same. And by that, I mean even your women have beards.
And he just kind of falls to his back and starts and he's holding his belly, and everyone just kind of looks and they're bewildered that this dwarf is starting to keel over laughing after jabbing you twice, and they're just kind of like, what the fuck is, and they all just start to go, but it's all like out of sync and there's only like 2 people clapping.
And then I go, and now I leave. And I cast pyrotechnics again, but the smoke aspect of it, which is thick black smoke spreads out from the target in a 20-foot radius, moving around corners. The area of smoke is heavily obscured. The smoke persists for 1 minute or until a strong wind disperses it. So what you see is a black smoke showing up, and then you hear the door.
How much of an
tavern.
area? Sorry, how much of an area does it affect?
20 feet.
Okay.
So I do it
A
around
smoke
me.
bomb in the tavern.
So what you see is you see smoke just fucking appear, and then you hear the tavern door opening and closing.
Yep. So that Odysseus, you and Valerica, you're seeing like him give that joke, starts laughing, and then you see, poof, smoke fills the area of most of the tavern. You hear the door go donk donk, and everybody starts going screaming a little bit because they're like, what is... Everybody's kind of worried a little bit, and you hear people starting to stand up and shouting and try to make their way through the door.
I'll immediately get on my hands and knees, so like I'm like, you know, like how you can try and see underneath smoke sometimes if it's like a house fire or something.
Yeah.
And try and see if I can see the bar where the drawer is, and see if I can keep my health free. And
are you
is
making
it like can see Valerica?
Are you making your way towards anywhere?
I'm gonna see if I can see Valerica and try and make my way towards her
Valerica?
through the smoke.
I have dark vision, so I can see through the smoke, correct?
No.
Since
No.
it's like dark.
No.
No.
It's only if you can
bitch.
see like darker light. This is like actual smoke that obscures your vision.
That's smoke vision. That's a different
Yeah,
feat.
that's smoke vision.
That's
Oh.
only if
Only
if
only
the
Snoop,
school
only
20.
Snoop Dogg's got smoke vision.
Right, okay. I kind of like duck behind the bar and like I grab one of the like cloth things that they use to like wash the tankards, whatever, to like cover my mouth because I was
Cool.
like,
So while you're going across there, can you make a dexterity saving throw for me, please?
yes, D20 still, yeah.
D20 if you're a saving throw for dexterity, yes. You've got to have a saving throw for dexterity, you just use your dexterity modifier.
Okay. 16.
16. So someone does bash into you, but it isn't enough to knock you over, just kind of enough to kind of fit in your backhand, lands up against the tavern, so you know that like up against the bar table, so you're able to get over it, get a cloth and just kind of like put it to your face.
Okay.
Odysseus, you being on the ground, you see Valerica's feet, go over the bar table.
Is there any way I can if I'm like standing at the bar, is there any way I can reach around and like do a touch spell on her?
So you'd
I wanna
have to
cast
get
Enhance
you'd
Ability.
have to get to the bar first.
I'll go over to the bar
Are you
and
hold on? Hold on? Are you standing up or are you crawling to get there?
I'm gonna crawl to get there because I can't see shit if I stand up.
Can you make a dexterity saving throw with disadvantage, please?
Okay. Ooh, that was good. That will be non-natural 20.
No natural 20. So you're crawling over there, and you're army crawling, but people are just narrowly missing you as they're trying to get out of the bar. They're like jumping over you and like just missing you with their feet. You get to the bar and crawl up on top. You can't really see Valerica because the smoke is still kind of thick, but you're able to get over the bar, and you're like there's not a lot of room there, so you're able to kind of find each other. And you see she's got a cloth for her hand. What do you want to do?
I'm just gonna put my hand on her shoulder and cast Enhance Ability to give her advantage on dexterity checks.
Okay. So you have your advantage on dexterity checks now, Valerica. Valerica, what you want to do behind the bar?
Well, I'll say I was wanting to go and try and get the book, but since it's dark as shit, I can't see
It's not
the
dark,
drawer.
it's just cloudy, it's smoky.
Right. So, could I, like... I'm trying to think how to do it, because I want to try and find the drawer. Could I, like, crawl... Not... Yeah, kind of crawl and kind of, like, feel around for the drawer?
Yeah, you can make a... This is You make a sleight of hand check for me, please. With
Yes.
disadvantage, because it is smoky.
Okay.
You get advantage because of Enhance.
So then we'll just make
Really?
it a check. Just a
Okay.
straight up roll.
Oh, shit, I dropped my dice. 11.
11. So
11.
you're able to kind of feel a drawer, open it, and you feel a book, and you're able to hang on to it. What do you want to do?
I want to take it.
Can you take it? What you guys doing after that? Valerica and Odeysus, what you guys want to do?
I want to try and, like... I don't want to go back to the table, because if the barman comes back and sees
Still
that I have that...
smoke everywhere. So what do you guys want to do? It hasn't really dissipated yet.
I'm see if we're behind the bar. Is the entrance to out back, like where we are?
You can go out back, yeah. But it's not out back.
Yeah,
it's like,
I'm gonna go out
it's like
there.
to a back
I'm
office.
immediately
It's
just gonna go behind, like out back.
it's like a back
I'm gonna
office.
follow.
So you guys go to the back office. We'll slightly go back in time a little bit to Starling, Pike, and Venis, and you guys are outside. You'll leave them, and you close the door behind you. You guys are gonna sneak around the back, yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys just kind of walk around, survey the air. You look at the back door, and there's nobody there. It's just a back door. There is a wagon there also, but that's just like kind of like it has barrels on it. That's about it.
Okay, so I want to go up to the back door.
Cool. You gonna try it, yeah?
Yeah, I'll give it a quick try first.
Cool. You try it, and you notice it's quite locked.
Getting down. Is there like a window or anything at all nearby?
There is a window over to the left, yeah. Kind of stained.
I want to look.
Not stained glass, it's like kind of thicker glass.
Can I look through the window? And can I see inside at all?
So yeah, kind of give it a little rub because it's a little bit dirty. You kind of look inside, and you see a light, like from a candlelight. You notice there's a desk behind there, and you notice the half orc bartender is sitting there. He's got like a bottle of a drink, and he's just taking very quick chugs of it in a glass and then pouring more in.
I just look back to Venice and just go. So it looks like our barkeep is in there, swigging alcohol like it's the last thing on earth, on this realm rather, and sitting at a desk.
Is it worth us going in, or...?
I'm gonna wait because depending on their distraction, it may bring him out.
That's a good
And if
point.
so, I have a way in.
Willing to wait with you?
You guys just gonna wait there then?
Yeah, I'll just kind of wait for the time being.
So-
I just want to see just what he does.
You hear kind of like, "Oh, gentlemen, Bremlin," and you're kind of like, you have no idea. You can hear raised voices, well, one raised voice, and you hear someone say something, and then quite noticeable silence, and then they say something again, and there was quite noticeable silence. But then you hear somebody say something, and you hear two voices. You hear a little bit of commotion. You hear laughter, and then you hear just people screaming and kind of shouting. And you could hear the door to the office start to open.
I just want to peek back round. Is he now leaving the office?
Yeah, he's leaving the office.
Okay.
That sounds like your chance.
And he's out.
Cool,
Now this is my way in. So I want to look in, seeing a spot on inside the office, and I'm going to manifest echo to produce my echo.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use the ability to teleport and switch places with him.
That's fine. Does your echo show any different from what you are? Is it an exact copy?
It's just me, but just like a translucent grey image.
Yeah. So yeah, then as you see, Starling just get kind of become slightly transparent in a split second, and just a little bit more kind of like shady. You're inside the office. You can hear him on the other side. He locks the door. What do you want to do in the office? You see
I want to try and.
So you see the glass and the alcohol sitting there, the whiskey.
I want to try and open the door to the back door to try and let Venis in.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so you open the back door. He's out the other door, so you can like go investigate what's happening. Yeah, you open the door. Venis is there.
Venis just peeks into you and just whispers, "Would you like me to go and just stand on the and keep an eye out for people?"
That would be a good plan.
Very clanky, dear.
This is very true, but it
I'll
does
go
seem like Burnie is doing one hell of a distraction there. So
He's bloody good at what he does. Very good performer.
I don't quite know what it is what he does, but he's good at it.
I'll go and stand on the corner. I'll let you know.
Good plan. Thank you very much. And I just want to go.
I'll knock on the door twice. If you want to lock this door again, or whatever it is you're doing.
Will do. Hopefully this will work. And so yeah, I just want to go over to the desk and just start having a look.
Yeah. So you roll investigation for me, please, just to see what you find in the desk.
Investigation. What's my roll for that? Do I have anything? Nope. One day I'll roll a character that has above 0 in investigation. But today's not that day. 14.
14. So yeah, you're able to kind of look through the desk and you're just kind of hurriedly trying to search for something. So you're like trying not really focusing. You're trying to look for something that looks important, and you find a book that like looks kind of official. It's more kind of brown leather and actually has like some sort of like nice design to it. And as you open it and start to like thumb through it very quickly, you notice it's somewhat of a diary. So you flip back a couple of like days so that you try to get to the night of the instant. Some pages are blank, but as you land on the date of the instant, you notice it says more or less, men came in and picked up the shipment. They seemed more cagey than usual, almost like they weren't exactly working for Talia. I'm hoping Talia's got complete control of the situation because it's getting a little bit out of hand.
Okay.
And then that's all you really get from that.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll put the book back in and I'll just slip back out again.
Cool, yeah, you slip back out. Do you guys close the door behind you?
Yeah.
Cool, you guys close the door behind you. I'll just kind of switch back to... So, Valericia and West, you guys come out into the back office, and your first person you see is the barkeep, and he looks up and he goes, "What are you doing back here?"
Oh, smoke. I think there's a fire in the main place. There's smoke
Fire?
everywhere. Listen.
He just kind of pushes past you guys. He tries to get straight to the bar as fast as they can.
That was close.
Bit too close, but it worked. You have the book.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to have a quick scan at it. I opened the book to like a random page just to see if I can find anything.
You open it and you notice it's this book, and you open it and you notice it's just an inventory of what's happening in the shop. Like it's just like how many alcohol, how much alcohol he has and whatnot.
Oh, it's just inventory. It's nothing of use, I guess.
It was
I start
worth having
I start flicking through the pages just in case.
Can you give me a perception check, please?
13.
13. You just kind of see he's just logging what's coming and going out of the bar, and so how much money he's taking in each day and how much he needs to pay off from like debts and whatnot. There's nothing really of notice to you.
Is this the back office, or is this just like a back?
You guys are like in the hallway that leads to the back office. So
while she's flipping through that, I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna see what else is back here before he comes back. I'm just gonna like stride down the hall and see what I can see.
Cool, you come in. It's more or less the hallway he uses more as a kind of surplus storage area. So there's only like other like barrels and stuff like that, or like boxes and stuff like that. There's also like bits of food kind of hanging up, and then there's the door too that goes towards the office.
Okay, I'm just gonna listen to see if there's anything on the other side, and if it sounds all clear, I'll go in.
You hear what sounds like somebody searching for a desk. I'm joking. You get to the door, and like it just kind of sounds like there's nothing on the other side.
Right. I'm gonna sort of stealthily open the door and
You
just
go
try
to
and
open
sneak
it.
in.
You go to open it, and it's locked shut.
I'll go back to Valerica and just be like, the door's locked.
You go back to
Nothing I can really
Valerica.
do here.
You go back to Valerica. The barkeep comes and goes, "Out of here! I need you out of here! I need to clear the smoke."
Is the fire out?
You go towards the door, and he kind of guides you towards the front door.
Thank you.
Do Valerica and Odeysus, do you guys go away from yet? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. You guys come out. It's now about like 3 or 4, so the sun is somewhat setting, but it's not completely set yet. You come out to no sign of Burnie, but there are a bunch of patrons just kind of like taking a deep breath, and they see smoke coming out of the bar itself. Venis and Starling, are you guys going around again to meet up with everyone? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. You guys go around and you see Odysseus and you see Valerica. You then come round just in time to see the bar owner come round and go, "Sorry, friends, the bar's shut for tonight. I need to figure out what happened to you." And you see he locks the doors to the bar and walks round back.
Well,
Should we scarp ideas?
Burnie,
Yeah.
where are
That's
you?
the best idea.
Hold
We
on.
need to find Burnie.
Yeah, Burnie, where are you?
I am outside of the bar.
Max, you're going to be closer to your mic, man.
Sorry, I'm outside of the bar.
Are you closer?
Yeah, I'm close.
Oh, you're fine now. Okay, go ahead.
I'm outside the bar. I'm just kind of like catching my breath. It's the first time I've been in a fight.
Yeah,
So-
you guys look at Burnie. He's got a little bit of a red cheek. So you guys are all kind of huddled around the corner of, where the bar is.
I just look at them to go, well, the good news is, I know for a fact that the barkeep is working with Talia.
And how do you know that?
Snuck into the back office, had a quick look through a quite official-looking diary. There's mentions of deliveries from Talia, talking about the situation getting out of hand. Men came to pick up a shipment of some kind. What it is, I don't know. I only had a quick read, but the shipments are coming in and out of this place. And the barkeep is acting as the middleman of some kind for Talia.
Do you think it's the drugs?
Could be.
So
Good
he's a fence almost.
I guess the fence, some sort of middleman, just the main drop-off point. And he's just
What
involved.
I'm hearing is that the bandits are a bit more linked to the town than they'd like us to believe.
That is what I'm thinking.
Which is probably why nobody wants to job them in.
I'm also thinking it may be worth us sticking around to see if we catch anyone from these so-called deliveries.
See what's being sent in and sent out.
Exactly.
Question is, do we head back to see Talia tonight, or do we leave that for another day?
I'd say we leave that for another day. If we go back again straight away after all this has happened, we may irritate her. And we don't want to close that door just yet.
We don't know what will happen with the The chappie who clearly was going in her direction.
Yes, whatever the bailiff is doing, I have no idea.
We'll
But-
probably see the fallout from that.
Hmm.
Well, the
Well, we
bailiff
have-
said that he had people working with him. Now, if Talia really is not the guilty party, she could be in danger.
Because we were led to believe there was some man with a scar involved. And I don't think we've seen him yet.
Did Talia have a scar? Or was Talia just a very fucking tall woman?
Ian?
You asking
Question
me?
to God.
Did you guys get a good look at her?
I mean, all that time spent talking to her, I'd assume we may have had a
She
decent enough
did.
look
She,
at her.
did, she didn't have a scar.
Have we found the wrong bandit?
Or have we been given the wrong description?
We
Hmm.
may have been misled. Or
we go out-
this-
Go on.
No, go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, we get given the contract, go out, kill some bandits, come back, and they tell us, oh, you've killed the wrong bandit, so you don't get paid.
Hmm.
We get rid of a problem. We don't get paid. And the bailiff, if I'm right in thinking he's guilty, gets what he wants. Everyone wins except us and Talia.
Odysseus, I think as well your idea of actually to talk to Talia, I think would be wise tomorrow.
Yes.
We need to hear her side of the story, and semi terms we can definitely have the leverage that we know that the people in town, or rather one person in town, is obviously trying to blame things on her.
Yes, we could always say, like, we heard, this barman been running his mouth a little. He's clearly got a drink problem, so we can always use that in our favor, saying, cut a deal with us, we'll offer a more professional service, and we get involved that way, get on the inside track, and then work our way up.
As you guys are kind of sitting there in the corner talking, you do hear footsteps coming from the direction of the forest, and you do see the bailiff walking, and he looks at he sees you, your group, and starts to walk towards you guys.
Oh boy,
Ah,
here we
it's-
go.
Yeah.
Well, shit.
Do we play nice or do we not?
Play nice.
We've done
Nice
nothing
person.
wrong, so we play nice.
Well, let's tell him that.
He walks up to you and kind of looks a little bit kind of shaken.
You alright, dear?
I do want to apologise for the way I spoke earlier.
No, it's understandable. You've had a terrible tragedy happen in your family, and
Yes.
tensions are high.
Grief is a horrid thing. It's
If you could
Mm-hmm.
follow me back to my office, we can pull together our resources like you said.
Not
Of
an
course,
issue.
lead the way.
Cool. Are you all right, sir? Are you all right?
Yes, I've just went out to the woods to clear my head. It's where we used to go. And he kind of walks ahead of you guys into the office. And you see he goes into the office and he takes off his belt with where his scabbard and his sword is. He hangs it up on a hook. And he goes behind his desk. Leads you guys through it. It's not small. It's not like a big place. It's got enough for a cell in his office, more or less. You see he just kind of sits down behind a desk. Now, what is it you know so far?
So far, nothing. We know that your daughter was killed in an incident that happened at the tavern, but nobody seems to want to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
And we've heard that some bandits may or may not have been involved. That's as far as we've gotten. If you could shed some bloody light on it, it'd make our job.
I can. I most certainly can. Where to begin? Can people make a perception check for me, please?
Mm-hmm.
Action check.
Is that all of us or just
All
one
of you.
The answer is no.
That's
17.
Natural
The answer is
20!
no.
I also got a
19.
20.
Hang on, so with perception, that'd be 23 in total.
Venis, what
You
did you
got
get?
you got natural 20s. That's fine.
You know how shit I am at maths, right? But I can definitely add 1 to something. So to the best of my knowledge, 1 plus 5
Starling,
is 6.
what did you get, Starling?
I got 19.
You guys all hear the door you came in from lock.
Well, that
I just
doesn't sound
turn my
very
head to see if there's anyone behind us.
No, it's just you and the bailiff in the room.
good. Why has the door locked?
Well, to make sure you don't leave.
Why would we leave?
Like I said, I'll tell you what I know. This town doesn't get much in the way of travel, as you would see. We survive solely to supply the prison, but the prison has been quite demanding of late. And it's my job to make sure they get the necessary resources. I was good at my job for a time. Make sure all trouble and any unsavory types were kept away, and was able to have a good family here. From a young age, I knew that Grace was different. She never had time for the things the other girls did. I never reprimanded her for it. I knew herself being herself was the best thing for her. But on the other foot, I started to cut deals because I got desperate. I had been running town, was running low on coin, and an ability to get resources might be my head in the chopping block. I didn't want to be tossed out of the town, so I cut a deal with some local bandits.
Well, what was the deal that you made?
I allowed them to operate a drug lab not too far from town, and be able to keep the town as some sort of middleman. Their transport would go through here and then go to the mainland.
The ship product through.
We would take a cut. Nothing crazy, but to keep the town stable and keep the town, make sure it wouldn't go into rundown and disrepair. That was until a week ago. Well, he came in running his mouth, saying he owned the town and whatnot. And Grace stood up to him. Grace stood up to him because the leader was bad-mouthing Talia. Talia was his right-hand woman. She kept everyone in check, and I had a better relationship with her than I did with the leader. We did plan on getting him out of the picture. I'm not sure if he heard something about it or if he just did it because he was fucking piece of shit. But when Grace stood up to him, he just killed her there on the spot. He ran away. He was going to come back into the town for me if Talia didn't kill him. Talia rung him up. He was completely disfigured and unknown. No one could make sure of the body. This is where you come in. I can't have this town go into disrepair. I won't allow it. My daughter died to make sure that this town could stay. I want you to take all your weapons and your armor, Place them on the table, please. You are being placed under arrest for the murder of my daughter, and you'll be extradited to Dustvale Prison in the morning.
Whoa.
Excuse me?
I don't fucking think so, you petty
Ooms,
arse-handed bureaucrat.
I don't think I'd last very long in prison.
Sorry, I'm not being held responsible for your daughter's death.
Why are you not
Especially
just
your
putting the
fa-
blame on the person who actually did it?
I mean, he's dead,
Because
so you can't blame.
the alderman reported the crime, and they want a head for
Well,
the crime.
you're the bailiff. Change the alderman's mind.
Me and the alderman don't see eye to eye, and the higher ups have asked for a head for this. And I can't.
Well, then cut the head off the person who's dead already. Not difficult.
I have to give to them. Living people who aren't from here, who wouldn't be affected. I'm sorry to say.
I think you'll find we'll be very bloody affected if we get sent to prison. We just showed up, and
Right, you're unknown. Came out of nowhere.
And the murder happened before we arrived.
yes,
The town would say different.
I mean, if you try to arrest me, word will spread, and eventually my father will hear about this in Port Violet. Now, I don't suppose you want Port Violet authorities snooping around here finding about this little operation, do you?
This isn't Port Violet. This is Horseshoe. And my guards are outside if you are able to take this thing in a violent manner. I'd rather not.
I'm sorry, but I blatantly refuse. If you try to take me to prison, I will try my very hardest to kill you. And anyone who tries to take me to prison.
I'd rather to avoid more death.
exactly.
Exactly.
Right away.
But my hands are tied here. My guards
Well,
are...
not exactly.
If you
You're-
want a body, we can bring you a fucking body at some point. But you need to trust in your alderman. He's hired us.
I believe the hiring was nothing more than a trap. I knew exactly what I needed. Outsiders who went from here.
Look him in the eye. Do you really believe Grace would want? Do you think Grace would want her own father, framing Thorne, just to save his own?
Grace and Talia were together longer than you should know.
Grace is dead.
Talia is
She
more
is not coming back, so I'll honor her memory.
Talia is more of a daughter to me than ever. And I can't have her go down for this, so them finding out about any deal they keep Horseshoe alive. So I'm sorry to say
And it was a random stabbing in a bar. It happens every day.
The higher
I'm sorry to say, this goes beyond higher ups. And I mean this goes beyond higher ups. You're detaining two holy men. And this will go far beyond the higher ups if you do this. And you say you don't want trouble for this town. I would say detaining us would bring calamity to this town. And you know, whether it's through Starling's connections or Odysseus's and my gods, whatever it is, detaining us in this way will bring ruin to this town. Now, we could leave, speak nothing of this ever again. We could leave, and you could dig up some person's body and say, this is the man responsible, and look at him, he is dead, I killed him, I am the hero. And you could be a hero to your people, or you could bring ruin to the town, and it's a simple choice. We will leave, we will go, we'll find elsewhere to be.
You're just another loose end, I'm afraid. You already know too much. So like I said, place the weapons down and your armour. Prepare to be placed in my custody or fight a bunch of guards.
How many guards do you have?
Enough.
That's not an answer.
But if you want to try and kill them all, I believe you will be wanted then.
I have one question for you, sir.
Ask.
All of this happens. Can I ask why you buried your daughter's body so early? That's one thing that's been bugging me since I was informed of this.
I wanted to be done with the matter, hoping that burying her early would give me...
So you want to be done with the matter, and yet you're framing 5 random people that you've never met before. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
To keep this town safe. Grace's town, Talia's town. Built it together, and I won't have it fall into disrepair and ruin. After too many people, if I don't present people who have done this crime, people will come sniffing around this town, and sooner or later they'll find out about what's happening here.
People
Yeah,
will
you
come
will-
sniffing around this town anyway, dear.
You've already ruined this town by shitting on every sort of law and order. You've already made a complete fucking mockery of this place by being a corrupt, pathetic fucking wank stain, I believe as the slang is, who then decides to make deals with criminals and lets his own flesh and blood get killed. You've already made a fucking mockery of this entire town. It ought to be fucking bulldozed. Not
Putting us
bulldozed,
in-
rather, really flattened. Sorry.
Putting
It's
us
all
in
your-
jail. I was say putting us in jail is going to be the final nail in the coffin. As my friends here have just said, if you don't want to bring attention to your operation, you are going the wrong way about
I
it. You will
am
get
the
the attention
bailiff.
of multiple churches, government, and God knows what else.
I'm the local bailiff of this town. I've already spoke to the priest, Father Martin, and he's already prepared letters to your faith.
And what faith would that be, dear?
No, his faith. I don't know what you are.
That's right, you don't. And that's dangerous, dear.
So, I'm afraid if you don't leave it now, we'll have to take this into force. I'd rather not us all end up dead. The other way is we all end up alive, and you guys. Hopefully you can sort something out at the prison or between there and then, but I'm afraid this
Starling, my dear,
Yeah?
can you get out of locked doors at all? Can anyone get out of locked doors?
Oh, yes, easily.
Excellent.
I'd like to walk towards the door and just cast knock again.
You cast knock, open the door, and you're greeted with about 20 guards.
Oh shit.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to work together on this one.
Are you truly going to fight?
Did you expect us to do anything else?
Do you really think we're just gonna walk into prison all happy? You know, happy smiles, sunshine, rainbows? Do you really think that was gonna happen?
It was the easier method.
Yeah, but it's
Easier
not
in
great.
your mind.
Spent my entire life tearing people
I
and putting them in the ground. It'll be no different. So
I'd
trust
rather
we don't want
this
to do
not
it.
turn into a brutal fight.
It doesn't have to
Sorry.
be.
If you go to the
Then
prison,
stand down then.
if you go to the prison, really not this become more a fight. If you go to the prison, I'll make sure you can get out.
How can we trust you? How can we take your word for that?
Yeah, so why the
Ian?
fuck would it be the word you say?
Ian,
Yes.
when he says that,
Yes?
can I use that thing that I have to see if he's telling me the truth? Can I roll at advantage?
Yes.
Cool. Whatever a 19 plus an 8 is.
He seems very
27.
certain and that he does not have the time to lie.
You promise us a way out as soon as possible.
I have pool at the prison. I've been bailiff here for years. I can get you a way out.
Does this mean that when we travel abroad after, well, are we going to be wanted men and women?
Hopefully not. Hopefully, the way I'm planning,
How long will we be in prison for?
a week or two tops.
And you
Yes,
promise that I can call upon divine judgment should this not happen.
Well, that sounds
Of course.
Venis now smiles, and it's not the smile he gave Burnie, where it's like he's a bit cheeky. He smiles in that way of, "You better be bloody sure, darling."
Do we have a deal?
I just, Valericia just kind of looks at everybody because she's really unsure what to say because deep down she really doesn't want to take this man's word.
He's made a deal with the gods, darling. And he brings out his holy symbol.
Mm-hmm.
And he's made a deal with a damn good god.
Can I roll an insight check on Venice, because I want to see what I want to see like what if she's like hiding anything behind what she's actually saying, like how.
Roll insight on roll insight then, please.
Would you like me to roll anything?
No, I will just go to Venice. Let's check it.
Okay, that will be. Oh, it's not that good. 12.
You just look at Venice, and they look very sternly at the bailiff right now.
I'm just like still getting a read on the only other cleric in the party because I have no idea what they're about.
Do you know holy symbols?
Yeah, well, I had a quick run through with Ian.
Yeah.
I think my guy would recognize a bunch of them.
We'll just say this isn't the most important thing right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll say you're able to look and say that she is telling the truth and is more or less on the up. What do you guys want to do?
So the choice is fight our way out and be wanted men, or go to prison, be out in 2 weeks, but still pretty much be wanted men. Right?
The way I'm planning it, hopefully people will think you're dead.
Well, that's kind of.
Think we're dead.
That's not bloody reassuring, darling.
It's a bit inconvenient. I have a life.
You're not going to die. They'll just think that you died.
Yeah, the problem is I've got a career that I need to be alive for.
You're not going to. How much more simpler can I make this?
I think he's trying to tell us that we will be nobodies in a town where nothing really happens. We'll die as nobodies in a town and then return to our. Correct.
Yes, you would have to spend a couple of weeks in prison.
Oh, sorry, it was a week before, darling.
2 weeks. 1 week or two.
Yeah, see, every time this fucking deal keeps changing.
A week or two, I misspoke.
Yeah, you misspoke, and you fucking lied to us beforehand, and now you're trying to bullshit us with this. What happens when we get out? You say we spend 2 weeks and people pretend we're dead. What the fuck happens then? You're going to tell everyone that we're dead? Send word out? What the fuck? What is the plan? You've given us bullshit here.
I still need to
tell
me what the plan is.
How about this?
Yes.
I have a way of making sure that you're telling the truth. If I do it, and you are telling the truth, I can't speak for the others, but I personally will agree. If this reveals you're telling, do we have an agreement?
Before I agree what is it?
Use magic to tell whether you're telling the truth. If you're hiding nothing, then you have nothing to fear.
If this is just one spell, then I agree. But if it's anything more than that, my men will charge in here and you'll all be dead. Is that understood?
Odeysus stands up and starts casting Zone of Truth.
I'll just say it's in this little room.
Yeah, it is a check. Yep, casting down 1 action. Okay, so yeah, I cast Zone of Truth with him in it. He has to make a charisma saving throw if he's wanting to resist it. But
Okay.
he's not wanting to resist it, I guess.
Yeah, what do you want to ask him?
How long will it be until we're out of prison?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm hoping 1 to 2 weeks, as the plan wouldn't take that long to get put together.
Is there any chance that we will be in there permanently?
I would do everything in my power to make sure you got out.
That's not the question I asked.
I would do everything in my power to make sure the plan works. I can't be... I'm not omniscient. I can't see what's going to happen.
And what is the plan once this spell? What happens? What are you doing on the outside to then get us out?
Once you're in the prison, and you be socialised, the people know who you are and people know that you were there. Afterwards, I'll then speak to the cook. He'll put something in your food. You'll pass out. You'll be put in the chute, but before you can put in the chute for incineration, I'll make sure you're on the wagon heading somewhere else. Once you're on the wagon, you'll be left somewhere with all your weapons and armour, and then be directed towards a boat. The boat should hopefully get you off this island.
Will we be magically searched? during the prison?
No, they're not that type of prison. They're more for other things.
They're more get people in, get people out sort of.
Excuse me?
Are they more get people in, get people out sort of prison?
Yes, it's hard to get out of. But through spells and whatnot, you can't just cast through the other side of the wall. But they don't break any other sort. They're not that magically strong. It just make sure you can't just escape out of nowhere. It is imbued in the walls, but it's not all that powerful.
And what happens once we're out?
There'll be a boat waiting for you, a sloop. Hopefully take you to the mainland.
And what are you going to give us for this? We're doing you a favour.
Your lives. I'm putting a lot of
Our
work.
lives are safe. We can either fight our way out of here and be
you?
on the run, and you will be dead. And even if you survive, you will still have to find a new pet. Or we can do you a favour, go to jail so we can cover up your crime, and then spend 2 weeks in a very, very bad place. So we're doing you a very large.
The way I see it, I'm doing you a favour. You want to fight 20 men? 5 of you?
Odeysus literally looks around as in like well?
I'd rather not fight anyone here today.
What about our possessions once we're done? Will they be
If you
returned
give them
to us?
now, the possessions will be waiting for you at the meeting point. You see,
May I take my holy symbol in with?
I could say they will most likely allow you to take it, as they don't deprive people of religion in there.
Good.
When we go in, is it possible for our personal identities to be fake? That way, when we get out of prison, our real identities are not wanted.
I can certainly arrange that, yes.
Good. Does anyone else have any other questions? Before I end the spell.
It's not. I think.
What's the process of going into prison? What will they do? You need to tell exactly what they will do.
You'll be led
From
put in a cart and taken
Right.
to the prison, put through administration, just your name and a sketch of you and whatnot, so they can keep who's in the prison. Once in there, you'll be let into general lockup. Just all the prisons in there, shown to your cell. And there's a routine to it, from what I believe. It's breakfast, outside time, back inside. Lunch, back outside. Dinner.
what about searches?
I'm not entirely sure, but I think. Just let me think. I think they get searched cells get searched every week, from what I remember.
What about the people?
The people? I don't think they search down people or anything like that.
They'll trust that you have taken our weapons from us and such.
Excuse me?
They'll trust that you've taken our weapons.
There'll be a pat down, but there won't be, imagine, anything of the they wouldn't strip you and search you. Anything like that.
You said that there's some sort of anti-magic
Yeah,
effect in there.
Yes.
Does it suppress all spells, all magic in the entire
I'm not
vicinity?
entirely clued up in it, but it seems like it temporarily. It's hard to say it. I'm not entirely clued up in magic and whatnot. I just know that there are some anti-magic runes and scrawled in the walls of the prison.
As in the entire prison area.
Excuse me?
As in the entire prison is an.
The entire walls are imbued with some sort of anti-magic thing, but I don't think it's that powerful.
But the prison itself is not magical.
No, it's not meant to keep and house magic. Uses is more made for bad prisoners and bandits and Democrats that have been brought down by corruption and sort of thing.
Ironic.
Yes, very ironic.
Yeah.
Maybe you should go instead. No?
If you go to this prison, we all get to live, and we always get to leave this situation, this nasty situation. I'd rather that.
What do you offer us should you not be able to follow through with this deal?
As I've taken on a deal with God, as you say, I suppose I'd rather come clean than face that kind of wrath. Anyway, that would get you out of prison, but I'd rather not that.
Does your wife know about all of this?
She hated Grace for what she was.
And what was that?
Different. For she hated Grace for loving Talia.
Oh.
So we've not been the best marriage there has been, but there are hopes that I can bring her to the light, as it were.
And just while I've got you inside the zone of truth, just because I don't exactly trust you, no. Grace was killed by a bandit, yes?
Grace was killed by the ex-leader of the drug runners.
Alright, just wanted to... Well, being left with very little choice. So be it. Now Odeysus takes out his hammer and just puts it on the table and a sling.
You see the bailiff just kind of takes a deep breath. I'm very sorry for this situation, but
No, you're not.
No, you're fucking...
He's still in the zone of truth, is he? Is he actually?
He did say that, and he meant that.
Yeah.
If you were sorry for any of this, you wouldn't have done it.
Does everyone put their weapons down in the armor?
Yeah, I just started taking on my stuff.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Bernie
I threw
puts
my
up-
armor and
He
shit
takes
to
it
the
and
ground.
puts it. Sorry, he takes it and puts it on. He takes it and puts it in the chest. Burnie, what do you throw in?
I throw in my disguised backpack, my wee dagger, my flute, my lute, and then my boomerang.
You throw your boomerang in, but it comes right back. That's your...
Fuck's sake.
Yeah, you throw it in, and he just closes the chest.
Yeah, Venis has removed his chainmail, put his shield down, put a warhammer and a glaive on the table,
Yeah,
Jesus.
yeah, he's
Why are
got
you
a-
hiding that glaive?
Right,
and then a crossbow.
Yeah, pulls an arrow at his ass. He walks over it.
Oh, 2 daggers as well, yeah.
The bailiff walks up and holds open the holding cell. If you get in, they'll be in the morning.
Fine.
Is everyone getting the cell?
Venis blows a kiss to the bailiff. My god will be back with words, should this fail.
Then hopefully I don't have to see him. And he locks the cell door, and just kind of walks out. You hear him say a couple of things, and 2 guards walk in and just kind of sit in and just kind of keep watching you guys.
Odysseus just sits down in the cell, takes a deep breath, and then opens his pouch and makes himself a sandwich.
Anything else anybody wants to say?
No.
Looking around, just like, we are fucked, aren't we?
Well, we're not getting our 20 gold. Sure.
Extremely.
Well, at least I can tick off horseshoe in places I need to perform. Takes it as a notebook.
It's a whole list of every town. He only ticks off horseshoe.
Yeah.
if nobody else has anything to say.
I just gotta look around to go. Once all this is said and done, are we killing this bailiff or are we just letting him walk free?
We'll just have to see what happens, I guess.
I don't particularly want to kill anybody.
He'll get what's coming to him. Maybe not necessarily by us.
If anything happens to my shield, I'll come back and I'll turn him into a fucking drinking cup.
If anything happens to my flute, I'll be drinking out of that cup.
the first genuine laugh! The first genuine laugh!
He's like, oh, well, that was
Venis is like proper like, yes.
I will drink out of cup. Okay. And he's like,
Someone just looks and like,
you see him frantically circling it in his book.
And that is where we'll end the first episode of
Yeah.
Oh, that was fun.
That was awesome.
Really good, yeah.
Oh.
Max, I have to say, I understand why you kept this character a secret up until this point.
Fucking hell! Look at it! Look at it! Nicole had to draw that!
I love just like the duality of like having to go from drawing Starling to drawing Burnie. I'm like, this is the wrong jump here.
Yeah.
Also, like Max, this is your ultimate form.
D&D person, D&D person, D&D person, D&D person. What the fuck?
It looks like a fucking broken Zelda
It's
NPC.
literally like you hear about so many characters and so many ideas. I've never seen an elf with a receding hairline.
No hairline. He doesn't have a hairline.
It's so and then like the funniest thing is like Max sent me as like that's genius, and he was like, okay, but I've got and no joke. Over the course of weeks, Max has sent me so many. You guys haven't even found out there's layers to this character that are fucking absurd. And like he first sent me the voice, and I was like, what in the fuck, man? But thank you for everyone.
I like Burnie.
Burnie is. It's bad that thinking about this from what little we've seen of Burnie, he genuinely like not only is he the weirdest character, he might also be the most powerful because he can go fucking invisible, like and he's got enough. Like he's genuinely the powerhouse of the group right now.
So we are hoping to keep this a monthly thing, but obviously people's lives and stuff like that kind of get involved. So if it's not monthly, it'll be like hopefully every 4 weeks around about that. But I think that is where we'll call it because it is getting late and we have been on for a good while. But thank you for everyone who turned up and gave it a good watch. We said I'll try and put this thing on YouTube. There's Emma with the 3 bits. If you want to see more of Raz, she is the Mini Arcana on Twitch. Dani, do you want to give out your Twitch or?
Yeah, sure. So I haven't streamed in a little while, but I am planning to start back up soon. Mainly streaming Dead by Daylight. I am The Answer is a Gun on Twitch. I would really appreciate a follow.
Mm-hmm. Max, where can people find you?
On the Nice Boys Twitch channel, baby.
Michael, where can people find you?
On Mull.
On Mull, but also a Nice Boys Twitch.
And Brad. Oh, actually no. Brad has actually got a really cool band.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yes, we're called Maximin Vickers. That's we've got stuff out on Spotify. We are actually going to be hopefully releasing a new EP very soon.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, keep an eye out for that.
Yep. So
It's just songs about sex and cowboys. So I don't know what else you could really want from life,
Yeah.
but
18 Naked Cowboys and Ram Ranch. Sorry. No.
So yeah, that's our first episode of No Rule. Thanks to everyone who came by, and we'll see you
Thank
later.
you very much.
Ian, thank you
no.
so much for running it,
Thank
my
Yeah.
you.
dude.
No problem.
now we have to
man.
wait a month, and I'm not okay with that.
Just think the hype's gonna be worth it. Like,
Yeah.
it's gonna be fun.
Hope you enjoyed
You'll get
prison.
Also,
You
I
might
do love
find
how,
out more of his backstory.
Hope-
Oh, Max, Max, why couldn't you be that close to the mic for the rest of the section?
Yeah, it would have been so much easier.
hope you guys enjoyed prison.
It's so weird, like, because in my other D&D campaign that I'm running at the moment, like, I've just put my players in prison.
It's fun.
It's
So-
weird. 'Cause in the previous campaign that we just finished, like the 4-year campaign, or 3-year campaign that we finished,
So much
I
time
spent
in
like a good 3 genuine
prison.
IRL months in prison.
You shouldn't have been fucking murdering everybody then.
Right, well, we'll call it hang there. Bye, everybody.
Shit on my face.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.